Two, 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yep. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yep. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. Yep. 1 2 1 2. So it all comes down to this. Day 4 at the Banks Homes Riverside in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 between Lancashire and Durham. A matchup that has delivered and provided every which way you turn. And it puts us here to day 4 where Durham require 336 runs to win against a potential title contender. Durham could have had the opportunity to get a little bit of batting in towards the end of day yesterday, but unfortunately we were brought off due to low light following Lancashire's 260 for 9 declaration, which was spearheaded by former Durham bowler Paul Coughlin. Ben Fitzpatrick here with you to bring you through all the twists and turns. And joining me for today's play is a man who has one of the finest brains around Durham cricket and its history, Mr. Steve Blades.
All right, good morning. Yes, it's been a great advert for 4-day county championship cricket, this match. It's provided everything, excellent batting and bowling, and this is a real challenge for Durham. It's a stiff target, and the Lancashire bowling attack was tremendous on the second morning. So this first session, it's the cliche, but it will be absolutely crucial.
Absolutely will, and it will be first and foremost about navigating this man, Sir Jimmy Anderson, 43 years young, one of the, if not the finest pace bowlers in English cricket history. Had a brilliant first innings, a good first innings with the ball on day 2. Bowling 20 overs, 2 for 73. And got things started early as well by taking the wicket of the man on strike, Alex Lees. Day 4 underway. And it's bat on ball early for Lees against Anderson.
The show of intent from Lancashire with 4 slips in place. The 3 former Durham players plus George Bell waiting there with Matty Hurst, the keeper, so searching for an early edge.
Yeah, they've been bowling quite considerably and quite consistently to a packed out slips cordon, have Lancashire in particular. As a early crash into the pads there from Lees. For those that are just joining in as well for day 4 and haven't been with us throughout the weekend and are thinking, well, George Bell's name wasn't on the 11-man lineup card on Friday morning. That's because he is an injury replacement substitute. Arav Shetty damaging the webbing in his hand on day 2. Ooh, little bit of width, but a bit of nip there to tempt Lees' bat out. Yes, Arav Shetty going off with an injury substitution on day 2. And that was after the announcement on the morning of day 2 that Sam Connors was also going to be injury substituted out with an abdominal injury. James Minto, the man to replace him for Durham. Oh, and again.
Right on the money.
It's really good stuff and a really good start for Jimmy. Pretty bright sunshine out this morning, but there are some suspicious looking clouds that are overhead. There is the potential of a little bit of rain forecast around lunchtime. So there is width, tries to push that into the backward of point region that's been such a strong scoring region for Lancashire in particular in their batting innings. Marcus Harris scoring around about 50% of his nearly 150, 146 that it was before he was caught by Casey Aldridge off the balling of Ben Rain. And a good leave. It's a no ball as well, as signalled by the umpire. So first runs on the board in the chase for Durham.
So difficult as this will be this morning for the Durham top order, it would have been even more difficult if they'd had to come out yesterday evening in the poor light. They can't have been relishing that at all. And the fact that they didn't come back out after the declaration does mean there was a light meter reading taken, and that may or may not come into play later on this afternoon, and we'll have a baseline which the umpires will use if the light becomes in question. So from the Finkel end, it's going to be Tom Bailey. He bowled absolutely beautifully on Saturday morning in the Durham first innings without any luck whatsoever, but he then did take 2 wickets in quick succession early in the afternoon when he got Emilio Gay, who'd resisted very well, and then Casey Aldridge first ball. So it's Ben McKinney to face now. He pushes it off his legs down to fine leg, gets off the mark.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you make, Steve, about Tom Bailey's bowling performance. He was the pick of the bowlers for me for Lancashire in that first bowling innings. Even twirled a little bit of spin as well to help out with Arav Shetty being lost to that injury replacement substitute.
Yes, that was a bit of a throwback to the days long ago when you had bowlers who would switch between different styles. Firmly back up the pitch from Lees. Yeah, very loyal servant to Lancashire, Tom Bailey, a very reliable fast bowler, tall, brings it down from a good height, so you expect a bit of bounce. Lee's well in behind it there.
Yeah, Tom Bailey also chipped in quite handily with the bat as well in the
absolutely.
Lancashire first innings. 28 not out, 5 fours in the 59 balls that he faced.
Well, the striking thing about the Lancashire innings was that they kept having partnerships. You know, Durham got 2 quickly in the morning, but then were able to keep taking wickets regularly. One would fall, and then there was a gap till the next one. They weren't able to go bang bang, which is no doubt what they wanted. And it, you know, partnerships are vital, aren't they, in cricket? You know, yesterday one had the sense, even when Lancashire were struggling with the bat in the morning, that at some point they'd have a partnership. And of course it came, and it was a tremendous one from the 2 former Durham players. Again, pushed out onto the offside by Lees. Well in behind it.
Yeah, it's a great point you make there as well, Stephen. Just having a little look back onto the partnership numbers from the Lancashire first innings and from the batting that they did all throughout day one, taking out of the equation the small session of batting they had at the morning of day 2. Only one partnership was below 25.
And Lees pushes it out into the gap in the offside, and he's quickly back for a second run. So 2 overs gone, no alarms so far, but it's very early days.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of timing that from Lees, not trying to do too much with the delivery. I'm sure there would have been words to the effect from Ryan Campbell and the Durham coaching staff that have been echoed between ourselves and I think pretty much everyone that we've spoke to here in the media centre this morning, that have said, survive through this first hour, survive through this first morning session.
But it's important not to go completely into their shells. You know, one of Ryan Campbell's criticisms of that awful afternoon at Headingley in September was that the batters did go into their shells.
Oh, and that one genuinely beats everything there from Anderson against McKinney.
And if you go stop trying to look to score, then you make it difficult for yourself because you're not playing your natural game. So still got to look to score from the bad balls, but first 20 to 30 overs are crucial, and if we don't get an interruption, we may of course get a second new ball later on.
Oh, and again, Anderson hitting his stride nice and early.
So McKinney with a lot to prove. Lots of talk about Ben McKinney. He was bowled by a beauty from James Anderson in the first innings, but he fantastic innings down at Bristol, but this is a different quality attack.
Ooh, little squared up there was McKinney. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a big innings for him, a big innings for every single man in the Durham locker room and the Durham shed here today. 331 that they have to chase down. They've got all day to be able to do it, of course. So not going to be in too much of a hurry, but like you say, Stephen, not wanting to play themselves into their shell. As McKinney finds bat on ball against Anderson, they're going to come back for 2. And that's some good running. It was a hallmark of the 130-odd run partnership for Lancashire yesterday. It was a strong and hard running between the wickets. McKinney showing some intention there early. Ooh. McKinney just managing to get that away.
Down to Mitchell Stanley again. He bowled well on Saturday. He'll have a big part to play. Big, tall, fast bowler. Very impressive in the England Lions setup. And the first time I'd seen him in bowl on Saturday, and I was impressed. Had a good line and length. Bit of a handful.
Ooh, just past the outside edge of the bat there from Anderson, who, as you expect, has come out firing in this morning session. 3 runs from that over, though. Durham 8 without loss.
So there's a few more clouds here than when I arrived an hour or so ago. The weather forecast a bit doubtful for later on in the afternoon, so it'd be a shame really to see any interruptions which affect what's been such a marvellous match, but we will see. So it's Bailey again. Kenny just pushes it out onto the onside.
Yeah, if anything, a potential rain delay would just add to the drama that has been this matchup. It's been a real back and forth affair, real back and forth contest, as a lot of people undoubtedly will have expected it to be.
Yes, on Saturday afternoon, we didn't necessarily think we'd be here at all today, let alone in this situation. And it's the 4 lower order batters for Durham who did a tremendous job of pulling the game back. Matthew Potts leading the way, but also tremendous support from Ben Rain, James Minto and Callum Parkinson. Was that a good leave? Or
well, there are 2 types of leave, and that is a very, very good leave in the end for Ben McKinney. How has that missed middle peg?
That's very close, isn't it?
Yeah, I think myself and Tom Bailey both had the exact same reaction, if you could see us in the commentary box here.
Wow. And he plays at that one and misses it. And of course, the thing is, when you've left one and it's been so close to your stumps, it makes you more nervous about leaving again, because, you know, no batter likes to leave the ball and then hear that awful sound of the ball crashing into the stumps. It's does get bat on ball this time, pushes it out.
Yeah, on the subject of horror leaves, I will never ever forget, because I remember watching it happen live, and it's a clip that I'm sure has circulated and has been a part of compilations of some of the worst leaves in cricket ever. Glenn Maxwell in the T20 Big Bash over in Australia dances down the track and just does nothing. And the stumps go flying.
Oh, that's a good drive through the covers by McKinney. Is it going to make it? No, it's pulled back there. Josh Bohannon, good bit of fielding, and it's 3 runs for McKinney. He'll be feeling a bit more happy about that, but Tom Bailey's really picked up where he left off on Saturday. Bowling very nicely.
Yeah, really great stroke there from McKinney. Had a half cry of catch it as it sailed through the covers. And very, very strong work from Josh Bohannon, who was immense in the field for Lancashire on day 2. The whole Lancashire group were really, really strong in the field. I think almost every attempt they tried for a direct impact to the stumps, they were bang on the money. As Anderson, with a little bit of a fuller length there, first ball to McKinney. Very good morning to everybody that's tuning in as well, from quite literally around the world as well. Holmes tuning in from Brazil. And Mike, good to hear your escapades in Hong Kong have sorted themselves out as well.
Well, that was played out by McKinney, and that's the sort of ball that got him out in the first innings, coming back into him, and it was a beautiful in-swinger to McKinney, but he did play across it a little bit, and you get the sense of Anderson, the old master, just trying the same trick again.
Ooh, thick inside edge on that one as it rolls into the leg side.
So I was telling Ben earlier that I was fortunate enough to be at Lord's 2 years ago for Jimmy Anderson's final test match. A present from my daughter for Father's Day and my birthday.
Oh,
and,
amazing.
So it was a great experience to see him in that match. And let's pause as he comes.
Bit of width, tries to crunch that through the covers, but Bohannon is there.
But at the time, I thought I think it was 2 wickets he got on the second evening, that would be the last time I'd see him bowl.
Yes,
and,
yeah.
Then, of course, he played here last year in the T20, and here he is again, and he's certainly saying that he doesn't necessarily view this as his last season. So, yeah, it's tremendous to be able to see Jimmy applying his trade so skillfully.
That one angled into the leg side. McKinney picks a little bit of a gap there. They've been running hard early this morning. And they will come back for a second as well. Yeah, for me, for going back to the last time that I saw Jimmy Anderson live, we're going back a little bit of a while, or in fact going around the world for it as well. I was very fortunate to be at the first day of the Boxing Day test in the 2010-2011 Ashes series. And the MCG and Jimmy Anderson, and The England bowling attack caused absolute havoc on the Australian batting order. At the moment, the havoc being slightly contained here. Just the 2 runs off the over. Durham 13 without loss.
Yeah, only 13 runs on the board, but I think the Durham openers will be reasonably happy. It's been skirting with danger a little bit, but they've got bat on ball, and Lee's well in behind that one.
Yeah, they're still asking a couple of good questions early on. I mean, Tom Bailey in that last over with a delivery that was an absolute perler, and how it's missed the top of middle stump. I think even Tom Bailey might even be still wondering how, but absolute professional that he is, continuing to marshal on.
And that's firmly down the drive, down the ground. Oh, and Josh Bohannon actually dives over it. So that's a bit of a surprise and a boundary for Alex Lees down the ground.
Yeah, rare little misfield there from Josh Bohannon. Feels like he's reached pretty much everything that he's chased after in the outfield throughout this 4-day gap matchup, but
yeah, it's a commentator's curse from you, Ben. You were praising him a few minutes ago, and then that happens. Uncharacteristic. Ooh. That one comes off the inside edge from Lees down to fine leg.
Yeah, and a bit of a change of angle there as well from Bailey, electing to come around the wicket against the left-hander.
It's like he's staying around the wicket to McKinney as well.
Yeah, well, we have seen it quite a lot throughout this matchup. Obviously, both pace attacks quite littered with right-handed options, and quite a few very powerful and capable left-handed bats as well for both sides. So trying to create that angle, come across the left-handers with a natural.
McKinney in firmly behind that. Just happy to push it back down the pitch.
Yeah, staying nice and patient at the moment. McKinney 9 off 19, Lee's 7 off 16 at the moment.
And that's again off the inside edge. Another single for McKinney. And I guess the Durham openers might feel a slight victory to them, in that we're now down to 3 slips. George Bell has moved into the covers. So a positive sign. And they'll take everyone they can get.
Mm-hmm.
So 6 runs off that over. And Durham at 19 for no wicket after 6 overs.
Yeah, good over that one there. McKinney obviously getting the first boundary on the board of the day as well, being helped out with a little mistiming of the dive from Josh Bohannon. But that will help his confidence the world of good as the light starts to dim a little bit here at the Banks Homes Riverside. The sun being masqueraded by some pretty vacant looking, some scary looking clouds over there. You can just see to the top right of your picture. As we've mentioned, there is the potential in the forecast of rain around about lunchtime.
Yeah, not a huge crowd in today, and maybe it's the weather as well as it being Monday, obviously. May have put people off. Ooh.
Anderson continuing to McKinney. That one staying true as it sails past the upright bat of McKinney. We're continuing to bowl to 3 slips here in the corner as well. George Bell has taken up a short catching position on the leg side. Oh, what a genuine play and a miss there out of McKinney. Stays wide and true again, and McKinney's looked to just crunch that up over Bohannon.
Yeah, he didn't really move his feet perhaps as much as he would have liked to have done there to get across to the ball, but it's probably one that he will feel that he shouldn't be trying to drive at this stage in the innings.
Yeah, still 317 runs for Durham to find today to take the win.
And he leaves that one.
So 3 more balls left of this over. Navigating the first 6.5 overs unscathed so far, which Durham weren't able to do in the first batting innings. In fact, by the end of the 5th over, they'd already lost 2 wickets. Both openers, Lees and McKinney, had been dismissed. And another leave as that one, again, signalled by McKinney, just continues to stay away.
Yeah, that was a very similar ball to the one he played and missed at, really. So good that he's adapted there.
You know, something myself and Ash were talking about when Durham came into bat first thing on that Saturday was that Jimmy Anderson's almost kind of encouraging the batters to try and take him on and drive him. There is a little bit of a gap past cover where Josh Bohannon is residing.
But it's one of the things you want to do as a faster bowler, isn't it? To encourage the drive, even if it does mean the odd boundary, but particularly with a ball that's moving around, it's how you're going to get wickets. And, you know, that's a good leave.
It's a very good leave from McKinney, and it will result in the first maiden over of the day as well. Durham remain 19 without loss, chasing down 335 runs.
Yeah, so Jimmy's had 4 overs, maybe one more for him. And it's still to be Tom Bailey from the Finkel end.
Yeah, I mean, if it is just one more over from Anderson from the Lumley end and then they elect to go with a changeover, that'll already be a little success story and a little box ticked from Durham's perspective, getting through Anderson, especially as the conditions have become a little bit more overcast as this morning has gone on.
Bailey in. Ooh. It's a good ball. Right in the zone.
And good work from Lees there as well. Thought about following McKinney and trying to get on the back foot, punch on the drive, but just pulled away at the last second.
Lee's well in behind that one. What have you made of Matty Hurst, the Lancashire wicketkeeper, in this match?
Yeah, he's been tidy. He's been pretty tidy. Double checking his numbers with about 32 in the first innings, and then just the 4 in the second. So definitely pretty capable.
Yeah, and that excellent run out, of course, of Ben Rain. Squeezed out by Lees onto the offside. Fielded there. I think that's George Balderson going round. Yeah, I think he's been very tidy indeed. Looks very, very neat wicket keeper, doesn't he? And Sarah Taylor, who does coaching with the England Lions setup, was here for the first 2 days, and I saw she was walking around the ground deep in conversation with him. So he's obviously on the radar of young keepers.
Yeah, it was an extra conversation that myself and Ash had, I think yesterday or the day before, was the depth and talent of English wicketkeeper bats.
Absolutely.
That have come up in this crop and are applying their trade in the county championship as well.
Mm-hmm. Slight edge there from McKinney, goes out into the offside. Tom Bailey really not giving very much away at all, what we'd expect from him. Yes, there's a lot of good keeper batters around, and yeah, they have to be good batters as well as keepers these days, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. That versatility aspect, as man is going to go out to deep square leg on the hook for this last ball of the Bailey over.
But no variation from Bailey. He's just line and length. Bit of a bluff there with the man moving out. So 8 overs, nearly half an hour weathered by Durham. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good start in the first half hour. 8 overs gone. Durham 20 without loss. The run rate still just dipping below where it's required. Required run rate is 3.6, or around about that range. Currently tracking at about 2.5 and over, but as we've mentioned time and time again, this will be more about a case of just getting through this initial tricky period, and then hopefully in the afternoon, as that big red Dukes gets around about the 30 to 40 over old range, that's when Durham can really start to stretch their legs. Ooh, little bit of pad, little bit of bat in there as well for Lees, but it's a drop and run.
So this is Anderson's 5th over. I'd be surprised if he bowled another one unless he gets somebody out.
Yeah, he's generally the most advantageous in the short, sharp burst, isn't he, Anderson?
He chooses his time to bowl, and I think,
oh, another good leave from Ben McKinney.
But he still bowled 20 overs in the first innings, so he's not holding back.
Speaking of a couple of players that didn't hold back, just passing underneath us in the commentary position, some of the reason why Durham are even in this position at all. Callum Parkinson and Matthew Potts on the way back from the net. It's another good leave. Big cry of, oh my goodness. And there they are. Potts with the hood up and Parkinson with the helmet in hand. Their partnership worth 78 runs in the tail end of that Durham first innings. Like we say, really one of the biggest reasons why Durham is still in this contest. Oh, thick edge. It's not carried all the way to the slips. Keaton Jennings diving to his left. And the first sniff of a half chance there from Lancashire.
It just didn't quite carry, did it? But Keaton Jennings, a very good slip fielder, took a beautiful catch in the first innings. Graham Clark, I think it was, that he...
This time gets the full face of the bat from Lees. Yeah, that Graham Clark catch was absolutely brilliant off the bowling of George Balderson on day 2.
And of course, Casey Aldrich's slip fielder yesterday was superb. 4, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, 4 in the day.
Yeah, 4 catches, one absolute screamer, one with a really great piece of anticipation as well.
Oh. Changes in the field, just...
Yeah, sees something he doesn't quite like there, Anderson. So he's going to reset ahead of this last ball of the 9th over. Oh, and it beats the outside of the bat again.
Wow.
Of Ben McKinney. Anderson characteristically on fire early this morning, but Durham still with no wickets down. 21 runs on the board.
And this is the nature of cricket, isn't it? That you can bowl beautifully, as these two have this morning, and just miss the outside edge. Sometimes you'll hit it and you could be 3 down. But battling on. And still to be Tom Bailey. He bowled some long spells, didn't he, on Saturday? 7, 8 overs.
Yes, first spell bowled for 8 overs, had 1 over before lunch of spin, then went for another 6 with a bit of pace, and again mixed in a little bit of off spin here and there.
A conversation here between Bailey and Josh Bohannon, and
yeah, just Jones moving from the offside into the leg side.
Yeah, he's gone to a short mid-wicket position. Bailey's still coming round the wicket, looking to angle it in and hoping to get a push forward. Maybe 4th day pitch, maybe a bit of unreliable bounce coming into the equation and popping up a catch there. So we're now down to 2 slips, so... Ooh. That comes back in. Yeah, we've gone to 2 slips and a sort of gully backward point. Fielder behind the bat. Yeah, he's going back more to backward point, really.
Yeah, well, it's interesting with some of the field placements that Lancashire have adapted throughout this game. We've seen, 3, 4 slips. We've even seen 3 slips and that wide gully, like you were mentioning, Steve.
And that goes out to that man at short mid-wicket, pushed out on, but safely along the ground, so no alarms there.
Yeah, it's George Balderson that's the man that's at backward point, which, as I mentioned, was such a dominant area of the ground scoring for Marcus Harris on day 1.
Yes, I know a lot of the spectators will have been muttering that we should have had a 3rd man in earlier, but it's a modern fashion, isn't it, not to necessarily have a 3rd man. Certainly early on in the proceedings. And Lee's just forward, pushes it out on the onside again.
That was a really nice delivery there, actually, from Bailey. Very deceptive in its late movement as soon as it managed to skid on off the deck. Really encouraging, like we mentioned before. Alex Lee's just try and step forward, drive that through the covers.
We don't actually have a pitch map of where he's landing the ball, but I think it's a fairly tight area. It's been very disciplined. Did that get an edge, or I think he just missed it?
Yeah,
and it certainly didn't carry through, but
yeah, looked to sail past the bat for the happiness of Alex Lees there. Matty Hurst just slightly spilling it potentially as well.
I think it sort of came to him just on the half volley, just bouncing just before him. Horrible one for the keeper. I think Leeds will be glad to see the end of this over.
Yeah, it's been a testing one so far. Oh, and again.
And another one from Bailey. Excellent bowling from Tom Bailey.
It's a maiden over for him as well. A little bit of applause to some of the Lancashire coaching staff that you can see patrolling just at the bottom of your picture. They've definitely had the miles in around this ground throughout the course of the game. They were constantly doing laps along with Marcus Harris during that big 131 run, 7-wicket partnership.
Well, it looks like James Anderson is going to carry on. So a 6 over. So they're obviously recognising the importance of this period and getting a breakthrough.
Right back to work on that same area, getting that shape away from McKinney. So we've got the ground crew. It looks like that are now patrolling underneath us, moving the opposite way from the Lancashire coaches. Victor Main among them. He's got the sunnies on. Ooh. Squared up there, McKinney. Manages to do enough to get a run and at least get off of strike.
Yeah, the ground staff have had a rather easier match this one than the Kent game. But I'm sure they're wondering if they're going to be called into action with the covers at some point today. But
yeah.
No strong winds to blow any covers away.
No, absolutely not. We did get a little, very minimal dusting of rain a day or two ago during the lunch period, but it was literally just the soft covers that came on for about 5 minutes and then swiftly made their way off again. Straightens up on Lees a little bit there, but very staunch in defence. And there you go, almost anticipating the fact that the soft covers may be needed at some point later on today with the potential forecast. Leaves with a little defensive into that short mid-wicket that they are persisting with here, Lancashire, in the early parts of this game. Got a stacked leg side as well. Got mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, and then long leg. The 3 slips cordon. Josh Bohannon sort of in the covers, almost cover / wide mid-off. And you've got Balderson at backward point as well. So there are driving gaps on the offside, which, as we've established, could very well be the trap being set. Oh, and that's why.
Yeah.
For a delivery like that, starts wide and some serious movement in late.
But a good leave.
Very good leave. Very good leave and discipline from Alex Lees, who's up to 9 off of 30.
Yeah. The floodlights are coming on as a sign of the deteriorating light.
Another very, very strong over from Jimmy Anderson. Just the 1 run from it. 22 without loss.
Yeah. And it's still going to be Bailey from the Finkel end. And why wouldn't it be when he's bowling so well?
Yeah, very warm welcome to all of you that are tuning in. Over 3,000 of you are watching here on day 4, and you've picked certainly one of the best places and I think the best games to watch here in this game week of County Championship action down in Division 2.
We'll give you a roundup of the scores from the other games shortly. A bit of conversation going on here between the brains trust of Bailey, Anderson and Bohannon. Lots of experience there. And interesting. Looks like Matty Hurst is going to stand up to the stumps to Tom Bailey. They must feel that they want to put that extra bit of pressure on McKinney of having the keeper right up behind him. He has to stay in his crease, can't come down the pitch to try and negate the swing.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've gone for this early. And when I say this early, because we've not seen, unlike what's characteristic of a player like Keaton Jennings, for example, we've not seen either of the Durham batters use their feet to try and advance down the ground, like you say, to try and negate that swing, Steve.
No. Bailey maintaining that excellent line and length, and McKinney just happy to push it back.
I suppose it is a case of, like you say, just trying to kind of get on top of that as a possible option, just take it out of the locker of...
I guess they feel that there's a limited number of things they can do differently, and that is something you can do differently. And of course we saw it a tactic that the Australians used tremendously during the Ashes series. Alex Carey standing up to the stumps. I don't know how Scott Boland's pace compares to Tom Bailey, but these top-class wicket-keepers have no difficulty standing up to the stumps. You know, it's a tactic Ollie Robinson uses against when Ben Rain's bowling very effectively. Rain, a bowler, bowls very much wicket to wicket, and it's a really good tactic in that situation, isn't it? Ooh.
In and out of the gloves.
Very
Matty Hurst. Very close.
Very close.
But a plan that's already starting to show a couple of signs.
We haven't had many runs for a while now, have we?
Yeah, that run rate dipped under 2 now currently.
No. I don't think it's that the batters have really gone into their shells so much as they just haven't been given any width or variation in length. Like I said, that one bounces up slightly on the leg stump and McKinney just nudges it away down to fine leg. I think he'll be quite happy to get up to the other end. But it means he's potentially there for James Anderson bowling. We'll see what happens this ball.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you mentioned the sort of the lack of width that Lancashire have been providing as well. It's that sort of false sense of width as well that Lancashire, they've been bowling initially kind of quite wide and then getting that lovely swing and movement in.
Lee's behind it, pushes it out into the offside, and that's it. Well, and Anderson's taking his cap and pull over off, so he's got to keep going.
Wow.
That's a long spell from the skipper, but he's obviously decided that, you know, this is the match. We've all been saying before play that the first session is crucial. I saw Ash interviewed Matthew Potts after yesterday's play, and he was saying, you know, the ball does go softer and easier to bat against after 30 overs or so. So let's have a look at the scores. I'll feed some of the scores in during the next over or two.
Ooh, Anderson, a little bit of a line change there, trying to bowl on towards more of the leg stump. That first delivery against McKinney. Into the 13th over. Durham 23 without loss. Still 313 runs required to win this game. And whoever does end up winning this game, if there is a winner, be very deserving of it.
So in the other matches, at Cardiff, looks set for a draw. Leicestershire still batting, 541 for 6, 101 ahead. And Trent Bridge is interesting. Nottinghamshire leading Warwickshire by 176 runs with 6 wickets remaining.
And they had the follow-on in force, didn't they, as well?
Yes.
Change of angle for Anderson. He's going to come round the wicket.
Yes, Haseeb Hameed, who's had a poor start to the season, got a century yesterday, and Ben Duckett was in the runs as well. So, yeah, they're pushing on. But you get the impression the pitch has maybe got easier, so they may not feel confident to make a declaration.
I'll touch on declarations in just a moment as well. Full face of the bat offered there from McKinney. Managed to nurse one into the offside. Gets himself a run at off strike.
So tell us about declarations. What was in your thinking?
Yeah, I saw a comment here actually from Joseph in the live stream chat. Keep your comments and your messages coming as well, guys. I'll be keeping an eye on them throughout the day. About the question of the declaration from Lancashire yesterday. It was a chat that me and Ash had as well as the day was coming to a close. So that one looks like it strikes thigh pad of Alex Lees. He'd go down as a leg by indeed. Yeah, it was just a wonder about sort of the aggressiveness of the declaration or whether it was the right thing to do. Joseph mentioning about presumably Lancashire only batting so long so that Coghlan could get up to the century, but it being an odd decision though, as then obviously due to the poor light didn't get an opportunity to bowl in the end of the day.
I think they probably got it about right. They'd obviously be disappointed not to get out to bowl yesterday evening, but I don't think they could have declared much earlier, really.
Yeah, I think if anything, for me, there could have even been a little bit of a later declaration. Declare overnight, get up to 350-run lead. That was kind of the number and the target that I was kind of throwing out there past the initial really strong and dominant morning for Durham's bowling attack. We were throwing out numbers of a potential 250 lead.
So we've got George Balderson coming on to bowl. He's had an unusual role in this match, opening the batting, which he doesn't normally do, following Luke Wells' injury in the last match, dislocating his shoulder. Best wishes to him in his recovery. It's a horrible injury for anybody to have. He's got one of what I would call a busy action, hasn't he? And he'll be looking to do well with the ball. He got 1 wicket in the Durham first innings, but got through a fair amount of work as well, 17 overs. But he's had a good start to the season, got a fifer against Gloucestershire, so he's a very useful member of this Lancashire side. And
yeah, interesting choice to put Balderson in first over Mitch Stanley as well. Stanley was the number 3 bowler, quote unquote, in the first innings. He was brought in the 11th over, and then Balderson didn't get started until the 18th. He's been brought in the 14th over here, Balderson.
That's pushed through there by Lees. He gets a single wide of mid-off through the extra cover area. Yeah, yes, it is an interesting choice. I wonder whether it's about the choice of ends. If anything, we've seen a bit more bounce when bowling's been from the Lumley end, and he's a skiddier bowler, isn't he, than Stanley or even Tom Bailey, who may go down to that end. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Stanley coming on in place of Anderson. So I think it may just be that. And he's been accurate as well.
Yeah, there's not been any freebies early on so far from the Lancashire bowling attack. They've kept it really, really tight. Only one over so far has gone for over 5 runs, and that was the Tom Bailey over where, in all honesty, it could have gone for under 5 runs as well. It's just a slight misfield from Josh Bohannon on the dive.
Yeah, that's pushed through to mid-wicket by McKinney, gets the single. Bit shorter there from Bohannon.
Good running again, though. Still trying to show the intent, score some runs where they can.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to keep turning the score over, and taking singles that are on offer is the chance. But we've got a man relatively close on the offside in George Bell, and Michael Jones on the onside. And they're obviously looking for the opportunity to get a catch, but also the chance to stop the singles. Yeah.
End of the over then. We are 14 overs through and almost an hour in to the morning session on day 4 of Durham versus Lancashire in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2. Durham in the reply of 260 for 9 declared from Lancashire in the second innings, chasing down 336 to win. 27 for none. And tell you what, Steve, you were completely right. Mitch Stanley is being brought into the attack from the Lumley end.
Yeah. I think that's probably a good choice. I'm not sure that yesterday we had quite so much extra bounce at this end, but we'll see how he gets on.
So the first wave of attack survived without any wickets falling for Durham. Anderson and Bailey out of the attack. Now into Balderson, and now Mitch Stanley. Bowled 15 overs throughout the first innings, throughout day 2. Pretty economical as well. 2 for 49 with 2 maidens. Fires one down leg to start things off.
Just returning to the scores in the other matches. Essex are 41 for 1, so they're trailing Surrey by 22 runs with 9 wickets. So one would suspect that's heading for a draw. And Sussex in a little bit of trouble this morning. They're now 70 for 3. They're only 61 ahead of Yorkshire at Headingley. So they'll be wanting to consolidate there. And Sussex have made a strong start to the season, and Yorkshire slightly disappointing one. So Sussex won't want to let it slip today.
A lot of eyes on that match as well at Headingley, with Joe Root and Bairstow as well, who are part of the side. Root in the runs and in the wickets as well. Durham trying to find themselves an opportunity at some runs here, but this second wave of the Lancashire attack is certainly not showing any early signs of relenting. Ooh, little bit of width, and it's bottom edged and chipped down towards fine leg.
And there's only one other match in Division 2, because Worcestershire completed their victory yesterday against Kent, but in the Derbyshire-Gloucestershire match. Derbyshire are trailing Gloucestershire by 71 runs with only 4 wickets remaining, so 146 for 6. So Gloucestershire looking as though they might claim a first victory of the season. So it's showing that all the sides have the potential to win matches.
Ooh. Continued width there from Stanley. Yeah, and I think as well that the thing to remember is that it's still the relative early days of the season. You know, we're just coming into the close of April now. Still plenty of fixtures to come in the county championship, and then turning attention to the shorter forms of the game as well. The Metrobank One Day Cup and the Vitality T20 Blast on the way. Oh, bowled him! Gets the top of middle stump, and Alex Lees is down. The first wicket falls from Durham in the first hour. Lees bowled by Stanley for 10. And Durham now 28 for 1.
Well, Alex Lees will be very disappointed there. He's battled away for the first hour. He's left the ball well, but we did talk about how batters hate to leave the ball only then to hear that dreaded noise. So, yeah, misjudgment. Wonder whether he thought he was leaving it partly on height, that he would be safe, but disappointing. And Alex Lees was obviously a bit disappointed with the decision he got in the first innings.
Yeah.
There was no doubt about that one. That was hitting the woodwork. So
absolutely.
We've got Emilio Gay to replace him.
Yeah, Emilio Gay making his way out, and there have been a lot of eyes on this man over the past few months or so. Potential conversations about him maybe even getting in towards the England side with some of the, maybe, shall we say, lackluster performances from Zach Crawley recently.
So it's going to be Balderson from this end, and you know, this is a sign really that there are threats from all the bowlers in the Lancashire attack. You know, a 5-pronged seam attack, maybe not a lot of variety. You know, they've not got a left armour and so on, but Stanley is a bit quicker, and the Durham batters thinking, oh, we got through the opening bowlers, and then the change bowler does the business. So McKinney on strike to Balderson. He pushes it out to the short mid wicket, and Jones fields it there.
Yeah, well, we said the first hour was going to be vital. Now this second hour becomes even more crucial as well. Durham 28 for 1. And obviously a feature of Durham's bowling yesterday was the ability to get wickets in clusters.
McKinney right behind that one. Yeah, Balderson with his, I think it was 8 wickets in the match against Gloucestershire, certainly got a 5 for. He demonstrated his skill. You can't take anything for granted and relax too much. You've got to maintain concentration. Oh, that's a good ball. McKinney leaves it, but a bit of bounce. But he wasn't tempted to try anything too rash outside the off stump, which is, given the circumstances, absolutely the right decision.
Yeah, just reading a comment from George here, which I think is absolutely spot on. Patience being absolutely key. Durham very well may run out of time and maybe slowing this down purely with the intent of saying, you know what, a draw against a team that are pretty high total to be titled contenders for Division 2 this season could really help us out in the long run. Of course, like he says, Lancashire losing 5 wickets in yesterday's morning session. If Durham can keep an eye out and keep wickets in the shed.
A good ball there from Balderson, beats McKinney. And Hurst still standing up to the stumps to Balderson. Suspect he's a bit slower than Bailey. But putting that extra pressure on the batters. Now this is a very good test for young Ben McKinney. We know he can play shots. We know he can hit the ball around the ground, as he did down at Bristol. But, you know, can he play this sort of innings? You know, can he graft it out for hour after hour? And it's a really important part of his development as an opening batter.
Yeah, very, very different game state, like you say, from when he was batting for fun for his 244 against Gloucestershire a couple of weeks ago, to now having to really dig his heels in, get in the trenches. He's doing so at the moment, 15 of 58. And Emilio Gay is going to be on strike for the first time this morning, well, this afternoon, as we've ticked over 12 o'clock. And it's going to be up against Mitch Stanley.
Top scorer from the top half of the Durham innings in the first time around. He battled away, batted pretty well really in the difficult conditions and very good bowling.
Finds an outside edge. It's going to race away down the third man for 4.
Interesting that they've just kept with 2 slips at the moment.
Yeah, they've still got that slight protection in that backward point region. George Balderson's still there, but not necessarily the regulation third man, where that has been run very, very finely down to.
Yeah. It's interesting that they've got George Bell at backwards square leg, and then Marcus Harris, I think it is, down here in front of us, is fine leg, pretty fine. Sometimes Emilio Gay has the habit of playing it off his legs in the air. You know, and Bell is going into a sort of catching crouch, anticipating that, I think. I don't know whether they might have thought of moving Bell back a little and Harris round. But
yeah, bringing Harris to more of a long leg as opposed
more
to
long
fine
leg,
leg.
and yes, and Bell. I think it was the Surrey match that they worked him out there, and he fell into the trap on the leg side when he was batting very well.
Strides
that's a
across.
nice shot.
Beautiful punch there from Emilio Gay, and that is the kind of shot making that has earned him some very high praise and some very serious conversations around international representation. Moves to 8 off 3 deliveries.
That's possibly the best shot of the morning. He got his foot across very well to the ball, head over the ball, and played it out very nicely. But I don't think Lancashire will be unhappy to see him driving.
No, yeah, absolutely. It's the point that we've been touching on a couple of times this morning throughout the entire weekend, isn't it, Steve? Trying to encourage the batters to drive and then just mistime one. That one tries to be tucked off the hip and will go straight to Bell.
Yeah, the fact the backward point is now more of a short third man. Sort of moved round a bit.
Great comment there from Simon. I'd like to see Sir Jimmy give us his best leg spinning delivery. I'd love to see that as well. That would really add some flavour to this matchup even further. Fuller delivery there from Emilio Gay. Doesn't quite time the drive towards the covers. He had a really, really great battle on the morning of day 2, Emilio Gay, with Tom Bailey. Adding to the strength of his morning session, and one of the big reasons why he was sort of the pick of the bowlers from Lancashire in that first bowling innings. And Emilio Gay looking really, really cramped up, really uncomfortable. Balderson's being sent back here to sort of a square at third man. Gay will try to play off his hip and finds George Bell instead. Very busy over there with the first 6 deliveries faced by Emilio Gay. 2 boundaries. Races Durham up to 36 for 1. Reminder to everybody tuning in as well, if you're enjoying the coverage, which for a matchup that is still very much in the balance here in the early afternoon stages of day 4, be sure to drop a like on the stream. Subscribe as well to the channel. It'll be the home of all of the home Durham cricket games across the County Championship, One Day Bank, Metro Bank One Day Cup, and T20 Plus games for the men and the women.
Balderson in again to McKinney. Pushes it out onto the onside.
Also be sure to keep an eye on all the official social channels for even more news and the up-to-date goings-on around Durham cricket on Facebook, X, Instagram and TikTok.
McKinney well in behind, not trying anything rash.
Yeah, we've got just about 50 minutes till the lunch break. The target to win is now an even 300 required.
The required run rate is less than 4, so I think Durham will be quite happy with the situation at the moment. The wickets column is more important than the run rate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very easy to see that the run rate required that has moved up since we kicked things off at 11 o'clock this morning. Did sit at around 3.5 and over required. Now he's up to about 3.8. But as you say, the more important number right now is the number after the run column.
Pushed out to short mid-wicket again. No runs off this over so far. Balderson just as accurate as Tom Bailey was from this end, not giving anything away. I think it may be a little bit brighter out there now.
Yeah, the floodlights are still beaming down. And it is still relatively overcast here in Chesterler Street. Beautiful pictures there as crowds starting to make their way in here as well on day 4. Particularly populated around Ballantines, which is just at the top left of your picture there.
Maiden over from Balderson.
Yeah, he's kept it very tidy, as George Balderson so far, just going for the 2 runs, and that was in the first over. So back-to-back maidens for Balderson. Really supporting Mitch Stanley, bowling from the Lumley end, who maybe got a little bit unfortunate with the run down to third man on the first ball, and then a beautiful punch square on the offside from Emilio Gay on the second boundary. What can he do in this next over against Emilio Gay? little conversation happening just out of the bottom of your picture between Stanley and Bohannon. Anderson's now coming over to have a little bit of a chat as well, throw his thoughts into the mixture. It's predominantly around the position of the man at sort of cover on the offside. Now Bailey being brought across from the legs, from the offside into a pretty much regulation mid-wicket. Anderson still chatting. And now Bohannon is going to be brought in a little closer from where he was. They go down the leg side, and it's going to go all the way down the leg side. Buys 4 of them. And this was something that plagued Durham a little bit in the early parts of the morning session on day 2, with Ben Rain in particular. I think it was about 12 buys. Yeah, 8 buys and 4 leg buys, yeah.
I think Stanley, the least accurate of the Lancashire bowlers.
Ooh. Bit of body line there against Emilio Gay. Stanley maybe just trying to remind the number 3 that, you know, you've scored a couple runs off me. Yes, I've just given up 4 buys, but I'm still here and I'm still trying to be the one in charge.
Nothing wrong with the line there at all, was it? right down the middle.
Yeah.
Good height, good pace.
Oh, another outside edge spilled by Bohannon, who have been brought in closer. They're going to scurry back for 2 as well. That's good running from Emilio Gay in particular.
Yeah, Gay looking to score. It's an interesting one for McKinney now. He's survived. He's got his eye in. Can he sort of try and gently shift gears a little bit, move out of pure survival mode? We know it's been difficult because the bowling's been very accurate, but he's now at the point of his innings where you'd like to see him slightly increase his run rate a little bit, just be a little bit more aggressive without doing anything rash. But we know it's quite often difficult as a batter to change the pace of your innings. You get into a rhythm and to change is difficult.
Yeah. Really, really great point, Steve. And I completely agree. I think you'll more than likely see McKinney try and shift gears after the lunch break, potentially. I mean, this ball coming up to about 20 overs old, so still got 10 more overs of kind of real life in it, as it were. Fire down the leg side, a cry of catch it from Keaton Jennings, who thought there maybe had been a feather of glove on the way through.
Yeah, a bit of pad maybe. I think there certainly seemed to be a noise.
Yeah, maybe more of a case of the bat flicking the pad across as Emilio Gay was half trying to kind of follow the delivery.
Yeah, and that's always a horrible way to get out, isn't it? A strangle down the leg side. But
last ball of this over from Stanley then. Gone for 6 already. And that's all it's going to be. Really good delivery there to finish off the over. But it's another relatively expensive one. This time slightly needlessly so, with the 4 buys as well. Durham 42 for 1. They require 294 to win.
Balderson to continue. He'll be his 4th over from this end.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with just about 45 minutes or so until lunch if Lancashire try and rely or lean on these two to see out a majority of the bowling at the very least up until lunch. Tom Bailey could maybe get involved with a little bit of spin. I'm not seeing Paul Coughlin yet either.
Oh, and that's a nice shot from McKinney. Just what we were talking about. Looking to score. That was pitched up a little bit more. That's a beautiful, very straight drive. He'll feel better for that. It's always nice to, when you've been tied down, to be able to score some runs with a controlled shot. There's nothing uncontrolled about that.
Yeah, one of the shots of the day so far. Beautiful on drive.
Paid out on the offside this time, but no run. George Bell fielding.
He's tried to cut that straight through the covers and through offside.
Yeah.
There's a very small gap between George Bell, who's in the covers, and then the man at point.
Tom Bailey there.
There's a very little gap between there. You can just time it right. Get it to cut away.
Pushed out onto the onside. Yeah, Paul Coughlin didn't bowl for quite a long time in the Durham first innings. He, but then ended up bowling 15 overs. But I think it was quite a long time before he bowled.
Yeah,
which was surprising given his knowledge of local conditions.
Yeah, not till the 45th over.
Yeah,
is when Paul Coughlin was brought into bowl, and then when he was the most economical.
Bit of bounce there from Balderson.
Yeah, snorter of a delivery that from George Balderson.
Bit of variable bounce coming through. The pitch has played pretty true from bounce throughout the match, but you're always going to get the odd ball.
Yeah, I think the general consensus from listening to all of the post-day interviews from both sides is that both teams feel like they're pretty happy with the way the pitch has played throughout.
Good cricket wicket. Yeah. McKinney firmly in behind it.
A lot of credit has to go to Victor Main and the team.
Yeah.
He was with us on Saturday and was also relatively happy with the way that the pitch had turned out and the conditions ended up being.
And of course, after this match, a long break before we have a county championship match at Chesterley Street. It's 12th of June before we're back here. The team on the road for 3 matches.
Bowled him!
Bowled him!
Wow, gets the off stump out of the ground, and Ben McKinney, just like he was about to start playing some shots, about to start setting himself forwards.
Yeah.
Loses some of the woodwork. It's the second wicket by Bold, and both openers gone. McKinney out for 19. It's 46 for 2 now, Durham.
So both the change bowlers getting in on the action, and yeah, we very much said that all these bowlers are going to carry on posing a threat. Did that move away from him a little bit, I think?
Let me have a look and watch it back here for just a moment. It's going to get played through, coming over the wicket. Yeah, I don't know. It's stayed pretty true, I think.
Okay.
I think it's the lack of lateral movement that's maybe got him there.
Yeah, it just carried on. So David Beddingham coming in. So that will be just what Lancashire wanted. A second wicket. They'll be hoping to get 3rd or even 4th before lunch, and will really feel on top then. And I think another wicket would really change the equation in terms of Durham beginning to feel that this is about survival rather than chasing the runs down.
Yeah, it's
but
always
we do know that it will get easier to bat as the ball gets softer.
Yeah, it's always the old historical kind of approach. Get the first 3 wickets in that morning session and you really feel like you're flying and on top. And in the context of this game, you're right, Stephen, if Lancashire can get this 3rd wicket, whether it is of Emilio Gay, who'll be facing Stanley to kick off, who's come out with some real intent early on, or whether it can be the ever-present, the ever-dangerous David Bedingham.
So interesting now. We've got a cover point. Well, it's almost 2 points, isn't it, fielder? One slightly behind and one in front to try that drive through the offside from Gay. And there's also 2 men out on the leg side now. A fine leg and a long leg. So.
Oh, that's why. That's why there's 2 men out.
Ball.
Long leg on deep.
Short ball, and Emilio Gay didn't really like that. But a little bit discomforted by it. Yeah,
well, he got rocked with one in the last over from Stanley after the 4 byes were given up. Remember, in Lancashire's second innings, Josh Bohannon caught one in the body as well from James Minto that took him a little bit of time to recompose himself after. Ooh.
Good pace there from Stanley.
Yeah, good pace and good carry through there as well.
Pace, carry, good line. You know, having unsettled in the previous ball with a short ball, you know, it's a sort of situation where a batter can feel tempted to play at something, and it was a perfect line for that. Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, from the neutral standpoint, this is just some really, really engaging cricket. Has been every day that's been played so far. Ooh, very high. And a good take from Hurst there as well to stop it from leaping over and leaking a few more runs. We were mentioning before we came on air this morning, weren't we, Steve, about how we were surprised about the lack of a concrete short ball ploy.
Yes, there hasn't really been that at any stage in the match, and but it looks like Lancashire have decided that is one way of attacking Emilio Gay, and
it's almost try and sort of tempt him up onto the back foot, get him trying to pull. This one, a better length, and Emilio Gay will race through for a run and get off strike. Maybe have a passing word or two as well with Mitch Stanley as he makes his way back to his mark. And that brings David Bedingham to the striker's end for the first time today. Was trapped in front by Mitchell Stanley in the first innings, made 17 runs with 3 fours.
A century in rather different conditions in the last match. He'll be keen to dig in now.
And it's tucked away into the leg side. Nice way to get off the mark there for Bedingham.
Bedingham's not somebody you really think will be scoreless if he's in. I don't think that's his best way of occupying the crease. He's somebody who you would expect to look to score.
Yeah, likes to get busy from ball one, really, doesn't he, David Bedingham? It's one of the big reasons why he's in and amongst that South African Test team, was away in the World Test Championship last season, of course, as well. Stanley goes back of a length again to Emilio Gay. But the batsman up tall.
So 21 overs gone, 48 for 2. The lights on, the bowling hostile, and accurate. It's a tough session for Durham.
It is indeed. And these overcast conditions, from as far as the eye can see and as far as you can look at it, your picture as well, don't really seem to be showing any signs of relenting. See a couple of comments as well about keeping an eye on the rain radar and that you could potentially be about to, and I quote, chuck it down. Not quite forecast as far as we're aware, as I'm aware from what I've seen and has been reported, for a hefty downpour, but rain certainly could have a part to play.
Pushed out by Beddingham into the mid-wicket area. So we've still got a mid-wicket and a short mid-wicket there. Beddingham does like that flick onto the leg side.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong player off of his pads, David Beddingham.
Yeah.
I mean, even the first shot that he played and scored the single off of was across his body.
Push back on the offside this time. Collection of coaching staff and medical staff down in front of us watching proceedings, interestingly.
Yeah, they've been wandering around for quite a lot of the game here.
Pushed out into the leg side by Beddingham.
Yeah, it's a great line that George Balderson is bowling on at the moment to David Beddingham. Really encouraging to get those catching men on the leg side into play. Really encouraging David Beddingham to clip off his pads. And just mixing it up a little bit as well, encouraging Beddingham to try and get on the front foot as well with the punch and with the drive. So a back foot defensive as well.
Yeah. Graham Onions walking down in front. He'd have been a great bowler in this situation, wouldn't he? Sort of situation he would have relished for bowling for either team. Oh, that's hit firmly down the ground by Beddingham on through long on. Josh Bohannon in chase. Oh, and he flicks it back, but it hits against the Toblerone. So first boundary for David Beddingham.
And the
Durham
50.
50. Yeah, 50 runs. First milestone. It's taken 90 minutes and almost 22 overs. So
yeah, they've had to work for it, Durham. Lost a couple of wickets on the way as well. Alex Lee's bowled out by Mitchell Stanley. Ben McKinney bowled out by this man, George Balderson.
Ooh, edged. Outside the off stump. Beddingham tries to drive it through the offside. It does go through the offside, but not where he wants. It goes down where third slip would have been, really, into third man, and it's another boundary, but a streaky one.
And that will call an end to the over as well. No, it won't. It's a no ball as well. We had a couple of these in the innings a couple of days ago. So some more runs added on to the total. One more ball to deliver again.
But it's the end of the over. Beddingham, 2 boundaries. One they'll be very happy with, one less happy with. It's still going to be Stanley, Mitch Stanley from the Lumley end.
Yeah, even with the fact that that over went for 10 runs, I don't think that that will dissuade Lancashire by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, especially that second one with almost generating the chance to catch David Beddingham. Obviously with a no ball, wouldn't have counted if it did stick in the paws, but still Very good signs continuing on as we are under half an hour away from the lunch break. Emilio Gay defends. Appreciate the words there as well, Mike. It's a great game to be able to get the opportunity to call over for all of you tuning in. Durham required 278 runs to win. That run rate started to creep its way back up again. Was around about the 2 range a few overs ago. Now just a hair over 2.5.
So 2 deliveries well pitched up. Emilio Gay will now be thinking, is this next one going to be the short one? Get the batsman better thinking.
Yeah, it's a good battle going on here at the moment between Emilio Gay and Mitch Stanley. Started scoring in quick succession when he came out, Emilio, but since losing the wicket of McKinney, had to play a little more composure. Oh, round the wicket this time. Goes Stanley, change of angle.
There's plenty of bounce there. You can see why Alex Lees was unlucky.
Yeah, saw a comment earlier ago about praising Mitchell Stanley from being a more of a bouncy, capable bowler. Definitely the decision to wait and bring him on from the Lumley end. Really starting to show some results early. That one's tucked down the leg side. Emilio Gay thought about trying to follow him there as well. Two more balls left on this over. Emilio Gay at 11 off 21. David Benningham has charged up to 9 off 8, but maybe not without a little bit of good fortune. Sometimes that's all you need in the game of cricket, and especially with an imposing chase like this. Fuller, and it's tickled down the leg side fine by Emilio Gay. He's tried to follow Stanley down the leg side a couple of times. And that time just a little bit too straight, a little too full from Mitchell Stanley. Emilio Gay makes his way up to 15. Look back on it quickly on the replay. Yeah, really aiming in at middle and leg on that last delivery. Goes full again, and this time drives through on the offside, and that'll get another boundary.
Yeah, big gap there, and he took advantage of the ball on the leg stump. Twitched up, so we didn't actually get a short ball that over.
No. But again, something, like you said, always sort of lurking around in the back of the mind. Strong over there for Durham, though. Back-to-back boundaries. Puts Durham at 66 for 2.
It's still to be Balderson from the Finkel end. I wonder if they'll be thinking of another change before the lunch interval. Maybe Coghlan, maybe Bailey to come back. Well, very well early doors. And Bedingham stands up, drives it out to mid-off. Stands up straight off the back foot.
Yeah, it looked like there was just maybe a fraction taken off there as well from Balderson. Just seems to take a little extra time to meet Bedingham as he tries to rise up for the back foot punch. Oh, clubbed.
Short and
all the way.
All the way for 6. So Beddingham showing that he's going to go after the loose ball if there's one there. And as we were saying, it's not David Beddingham's style to want to be too tied down. I think I'd feel uncomfortable if he was just pushing and prodding around.
Yeah, I'd be saying, where's David Beddingham and what have you done with him?
Yeah.
If that was the case.
It's not his natural game, and I think even in this situation you have to play your natural game, and if you get a ball like that is there for the shot, play the shot and have confidence in your ability to do it. And that one's punched out, slight misfield, but no run taken.
Yeah, it is enough to stop it there. Jones in the covers. That was timed with some ferocity as well. Yeah, just watching back that 6 as well. Just leant back and just clubbed that ball straight over mid-wicket.
It's played back to mid-on. Well, the good news is that it's brighter here. Well, I can't see the sun, but there's definitely brightness to the sky. So the pessimists who've been saying we're due some heavy rain shortly are being proved wrong at the moment, and let's hope it remains that way. No run off that. So far just a 1-6 off the over.
Yeah, just double checking on my weather provider of choice. Still saying we're due a little bit of precipitation around about the 1 o'clock mark, but not giving any actual rain indication until about potentially 2. Good start.
Another dot ball. So which is your weather provider of choice?
Purely just the iPhone weather app.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think for a lot of people, it's, look at several and choose the one that they like the best.
Yeah, whichever one says that there's not going to be any rain or the lowest percentage chance of it.
Yeah. And we are going to have a change of bowling. We've got Paul Coughlin to come on at the lovely end.
Yeah, we mentioned, didn't we, a few overs ago that we didn't see Paul Coughlin until about the 45th over in the first Durham batting innings. But this time being brought in quite considerably earlier in the 25th over. And maybe this is just in reply to Emilio Gay and David Beddingham starting to figure out and get at Mitch Stanley. Well, just the 5 overs. Went for 8 runs in 2 of them as well. So here comes Coughlin. Off of the back of a equaling of a first-class best of 100 not out yesterday. He batted absolutely exquisitely.
Though he did play some rather interesting shots towards the end. Became a little bit loose in some of his shots, but trying to score runs quickly and to get to his landmark.
Short, guided down to third man. There is coverage there in the form of George Boulderson, so they'll just get the 1.
He looked in control of that shot, really. So.
Yeah, like you say, look more of a guiding down to third as opposed to sort of more an edge, which ended up drawing Emilio Gay a boundary in the early part of his innings. Both these batsmen at the crease are scoring in quite some decent time as well.
Yeah, for the first time, really, Durham has got run rate up to 3 and over.
Coughlin against Beddingham, which would be a really intriguing battle. Doubtedly the two would have had a few face-offs in the nets here just last season. Bit of width, cry of catch. It's going to go over the head of mid-wicket and land safely. We'll come back for 2.
Not entirely convincing, that shot, I think it's fair to say. Bit loose.
They'll take the runs, though, where they can get them. Just chipping that over the top. This time pushed into the leg side. Nice little bit of timing. And again, playing out and across his body there, David Bedingham.
Coghlan not quite yet settled into the rhythm and line and length.
Fully.
Full toss.
And that is going to race away for 4 as well.
Thank you very much, says Emilio Gay.
That's an end of a pretty strong over there, as we are going to continue. Coghlan was just a little slower to retrieve his effects from the umpire.
And as we thought might be the case, we're going to have a change of bowling at the Finkel end. Tom Bailey's going to have another spell, maybe time for 3 overs or so before lunch. And that makes sense, really.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Get a couple of extra overs out of one of your premium quicks before lunch. Try and nab a early wicket as well.
And interestingly, Matty Hurst staying up to the stumps. Pushed into the leg side, and the fielder comes round from fine leg. Marcus Harris, who after his century on the first day seems to have spent all day Saturday out in the deep, and looks set to do that today. Unlike many top order batters, he doesn't seem to be a man for the slip cordon, and he's happily
grazing around sort of third man or long leg, depending on the handedness of the bat. But
Marcus Harris has great record in county championship cricket for 3 counties, Leicestershire and Gloucestershire, I think it is, as well as Lancashire. And each time he's come, he's really delivered. Ooh.
Just popping up there.
Popped up and pulled round to long leg by Gay. Moves on to 25.
Yeah, now not only are Gay and Bedingham starting to get a hold of a couple of expansive shots, but now starting to rotate the strike a little bit as well.
Gay certainly found it easier to score runs in this innings than he did in the on the first morning. He managed to stay in, but it was hard work for him. A little bit more comfortable today. But hopefully that's not the commentator's curse. And Bedingham pushes that out. Deep mid-wicket. Harris comes round and fields.
Yeah, it looks like that they've just sort of slightly shifted into protection mode a little bit here. 14 minutes till lunch. A partnership at the moment that's at 37 between Emilio Gay and David Bedingham. And that is higher than any of the first 4 wicket stands that Durham had in their first batting innings as well.
Gay nicely in behind that. Just plays it up to mid-on.
Still plenty of encouragement out there from Lancashire. They were very vocal for pretty much the entirety of the day when they were bowling on day 2. Ooh.
Down the leg side, and Gay manages to keep it down. I thought for a moment it had gone up in the air, but he's kept it down to long leg.
Yeah, the intention it looked like from there was to just absolutely heave it back behind him over the top of the head of long leg.
It was a rare loose delivery from Bailey.
But even then, that speaks to the quality of the bowling from Bailey. If that's a loose delivery and it's not been quite gotten a hold of.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Beddingham. On the back foot, drives it out through the covers. Trademark Beddingham shot. And very quickly, Beddingham on to 24.
Yeah, he's not wasted really any time at the crease, as that's 8 runs off the over. 88 for 2. Currently Durham, and they lost a couple of wickets early. Alex Lee's the first to go, bowled by Mitch Stanley. And then George Balderson getting in on the act as well. He clean bowled Ben McKinney. But Emilio Gay and David Beddingham really starting to dig themselves in here now. Beddingham 24 off 20, so striking over a run a ball. And Emilio Gay not too far behind either, 26 off 29. Here comes Coughlin to Gay. Fallen on the pads. Trying to whip through mid-wicket, but Jones there at short range to stop. But it's been, yet again, another real sort of session of balance between these two sides. Lancashire have struck early and have dismissed the opening pair, but Durham getting a foothold. As Gay will just control and guide that down to Balderson at third.
Just update a little bit on the goings on in the other county championship matches. Leicestershire have eventually declared on 586 for 7. So Glamorgan are trailing by 145 there. And Nottinghamshire still batting against Warwickshire. They're 400 for 4 and leading by 220.
That's not a bad lead for them to build off of, and even themselves maybe think of a declaration for this afternoon.
Yeah.
Ooh, first one to beat the bat. Hurst and Jennings behind the stumps think that it's caught a tickle of something on the way through.
Coughlin didn't seem at all interested.
No, he didn't.
And Essex are 84 for 1, leading Surrey by 21 with 9 wickets remaining.
It's interesting as well here, actually, with what's going on behind the stumps. It's just the one slip in Keaton Jennings. Rise up on the back foot, half a cry of catch as it scurries away to Stanley.
And this is what happens as once you start to be able to score some runs, the opposition start to get a little bit nervous and think, well, the run rate that they require isn't that high. You know, we can't afford to leak runs.
Again, Emilio Gay playing off the pads, emulating some of David Beddingham's tricks there. Gee, that's some serious claim there as well, Harry. Heading home to the northeast this week for a chat with someone from the world's biggest heavy metal band. Is that biggest as in historic or biggest as in members? I'm a little partial to some overdrive guitars myself, so be very interested to hear who you got a chat lined up with there, Harry. That ends the over as well there. Durham starting to really cruise as we are 9 minutes before the lunch break.
91 for 2.
91 for 2.
And down at Headingley, Sussex fighting back against Yorkshire. Lost 3 early wickets, but now a century partnership between Tom Clark and James Coles. Very highly rated James Coles. 147 for 3 there. And Derbyshire are 175 for 7 against Gloucestershire, still trailing by 42 runs. So,
good effort.
good field there by Tom Bailey off his own bowling.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a real interesting conclusion to that Notts game, with the hope of a first victory of the season. For the first time today, the run rate and the run rate required are looking mightily close together. Oh,
That's
beautiful.
Played late cut really from Emilio Gay down through the vacant third man area. Yeah, a bit of width from Bailey, and he took advantage of it very nicely.
Yeah, that's a beautiful little bit of timing.
Yeah.
Just guided as well, rolls the wrists. And like you said, that third man region where both teams have really been sort of watchful of throughout the course of this game.
Shows the degree of confidence to be able to play that shot. Outside the off stump, and this time Gay doesn't risk anything, lets it go through to Matty Hurst, standing up behind the stumps.
We've got a question.
A question?
We've got a question that's come in from Rory as a part of the live stream chat. Is it okay for a cricketer to go on holiday during the season? Now, I've seen a couple of talks on social media, particularly around this sort of subject. Ooh, thought of maybe Gay finding an outside edge there through to Hurst behind the stumps. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the season nowadays is a long season. You know, when I was, watching cricket in the 1970s, the season started in the beginning of May and ended early September. So it was 4.5 months. Now essentially we've got a 6-month season. It starts in April till September. That's a long time. Not all players will be playing all formats, and people play essentially at the end of the day, playing cricket professionally is a job, and people in any walk of life work best when they're relaxed. So I would say there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. If you've got Bailey in again, and
No ball.
It's a no ball. It goes through, and I think that will be the 50 partnership.
It is indeed.
50 partnership. That's come up in good time. 49 balls and 34 minutes. So, Durham will be very happy with that. Lancashire now, I think, have a week off. So if people want a few days away, then with their families, I think that's good personally.
Oh, that one completely skittles and scurries Emilio Gay.
All sorts of trouble there. And Bailey continues to be slightly unlucky. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, as it's 97 for 2 and we are 4 minutes away from the lunch break. I think what you, sort of another aspect that you add to that about it being a long season and players, electing whether to play in, all forms of the game or not, is that particularly for test cricketers or for players that are opting to go and play in, the franchise short form leagues, IPL, Vitality Blast, Big Bash, even sort of in the Caribbean leagues as well, and over in North America, I think they've recently started a short form league. It's
Coghlan in and Beddingham having to leave. It's maybe the last over. We may get another one.
Yeah, it's pretty much sort of all year round, and ultimately, if you're constantly playing cricket all year round, if you are opting into all of these competitions and things, and if you're part of the test sides where nations and areas of the world will have their seasons really heat up in different points of the year. That's off the back foot from Beddingham for a single. There's the possibility that, ultimately your body may just run out as well. If the more and more you're playing cricket, yes, of course, very, very blessed and fortunate to have that as your profession. But if you're consistently doing it, then the chance for injury is going to rise up. So I think absolutely, players also obviously have their families to consider. As that's guided by Emilio Gay, but won't beat past an enterprising Keaton Jennings.
I think it's also the mental side,
yes,
as well as just the physical side, injury side. Yes, you've got to practice, you've got to spend time working on your in the nets and so on, but you've got to stay mentally fresh,
short ball on the pull shot there was Emilio Gay. It's the reason why there's still two men back there on the deep on the leg side, but Gay just rides this one along the ground for the single.
Days of 4-day cricket are very long days.
Mm-hmm.
The players are at the ground 9 o'clock or so. They're practicing. The play will go on till 6:30 or so. Long days, and that's mentally draining. And yes, some of the time they may be sitting in the pavilion, not batting, not fielding, but that in itself can be it's all part of being in the environment, and you've got to maintain your concentration to an extent. So I think it's important to have some downtime.
Absolutely. Well, last ball of the over here from Coghlan. We've not ticked up to 1 o'clock yet, so we might get one more over in. David Beddingham will just defend.
The umpires are coming in
to mid-off. Yeah, it's still 12:59. Lancashire look like they're certainly eager to get one more over.
And Tom Bailey's given his sweater to the umpire.
Oh, it's just ticked to 1 o'clock. And just as Tom Bailey hands his jumper to the umpire, we're going to be called in for the lunch break. Well,
99 for 2, Durham. Who do you think's won that session there, Ben?
I think it's a really even session,
yeah.
Honestly, there. I mean, Tom Bailey still having a little bit of a conversation along with Jimmy Anderson to the umpire. They were very keen to get one more over in before the lunch break.
I think Durham would have taken that score. If they'd been given that score at the 2 hours ago, they'd have taken that. So a very good morning session. We'll have some lunch and be back in 40 minutes or so.
Absolutely. Durham go in to the lunch break. 99 for 2. Emilio Gay on 33. Beddingham on 26. 237 the magic number needed. We'll see you in about 40 minutes time. Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside ahead of day 4 of Durham versus Lancashire in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2. It's been a real intriguing and gripping contest throughout all 4 days, and the morning session continued to deliver as well. 2 wickets falling, both the Durham openers, Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, both being bowled, one by Stanley and the other by Balderson. But towards the back end of the morning session, Emilio Gay and David Bedingham have stamped a real authority into proceedings. I'm delighted myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, to be joined by Steve Blades here throughout the day, and a real pleasant watching for cricket again.
It's been a tremendous morning. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Durham, I think, would have been very happy at lunchtime, really, having started against a very tight, disciplined attack, weathered nearly the first hour, and then it showed the depth of this Lancashire bowling attack, that the 2 change bowlers each got a wicket, having seen off Tom Bailey and James Anderson. So it's Bailey to recommence from the Finkel end after lunch, bowling to Emilio Gay, who pushes it off his legs down to long leg. But the bad news is that there is an odd spot of rain in the air. Just been outside over lunch, and there is an odd spot of rain in the air. The groundsmen are lurking around. They've been sitting close to the covers drawing lunch, so hopefully we're not going to have an interruption, because this match is fascinatingly poised.
Absolutely, yeah. The soft covers were sort of kept very close by throughout the entirety of the lunch break, but they didn't go on at all. But as you say, just even through our window here in the commentary box, a couple of droplets of rain.
Pushing that out to deep cover, just trots it through for 1.
A couple of little droplets of rain are starting to splash against the windows here, but nothing that has concerned either umpire Adnan or Watts to consider a rain delay as of yet.
Bailey in again.
Oof.
And Emilio Gay leaves it. Matty Hurst can't gather it cleanly. The other factor, of course, may be the light. It's not brilliant light out there. I think it is probably a little, well, it is obviously a little bit better than yesterday afternoon, or else they'd have gone off. They didn't come back out after the declaration, so reading was taken. And that will be the level that will be considered for them to go off today.
Yeah, it is starting to brighten up a little bit. We had a lot of overcast and grey clouds blanketing the Banks Homes Riverside for a large part of the morning session, but just out around about where Lumley Castle is, some blue skies overhead.
Gay studiously forward, plays it out into the offside, so we have just the 1 slip, and down at 3rd, cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. So Lancashire in a more defensive setup now.
Ooh, that one races past the bat. Jennings in at slip was up and about, but it will fall into Hurst's gloves to no harm. Just the 2 runs off the over. Emilio Gay and David Bedingham picking up where they left off before the lunch break. Durham 101 for 2. It's going to be Mitch Stanley that is going to take over from Paul Coughlin at the Lumley end. Coughlin only bowled 3 overs before the lunch breaks. First one went for 8, and then he started to find a little bit of rhythm, while maybe not offering up as much threat as the Lancashire captain would have liked. So it's going to go back to Mitch Stanley, one of the two bowlers who have picked up a wicket in that morning session. Stanley bowled Alex Lees out. That's a little bit of freedom there for Bettingham to try and drive, but Josh Mahan at mid-off is there to smother.
Perhaps a slight surprise that James Anderson didn't bring himself on after the lunch interval.
Yeah, he did bowl a little lengthier spell this morning. He bowled for 7 overs. We were thinking about whether at the 5th over that he was going to sort of pull himself. But no, decided to want to capitalise on the overhead conditions, on the newer ball. And that is some width, and that is punched into the offside. There's 2 men out there. And the furthest back in Harris is going to be the one that will come around from third man and do the fielding. Bettingham comes back for 2. Will there be extra overs today to make up for lost time yesterday? Don't believe so. No. We are set for 96 overs today.
And tea today will be at 3:40. We don't have the 32 over rule on the final day.
Bettingham defends into the offside. Very warm welcome back to everyone after the lunch break. I hope that you enjoyed the 40 minutes away. We certainly did. It was a lovely Hunter's chicken on the menu this afternoon, which was an absolute treat. Ooh. And he's got that away fine for 4 there. Bettingham, not the most convincing sound initially, I must say, off the bat, but Bettingham does manage to do enough and has raced into the 30s.
Stanley poses a threat, but he does give you a little bit more in the way of loose balls.
That one down the leg side. Bettingham will try and guide it into a gap, but fine leg and long leg still back there defending on the leg side. 7 runs off the over already. Still continuing to score, continuing to enterprise. That lead is down to 228 now. So Durham have carved into that total of 336 pretty well so far. There's going to be a change here. Deep square legs being brought a little bit finer. And that's why, because it's the short ball ploy from Stanley to Emilio Gay.
Down the leg side though, so relatively easy for Gay to get out of the way. There was one excellent short ball before lunch, which was very much directed at the body, which was much more difficult to avoid.
Yeah.
Bailey continuing. We did see Bailey bowl one over. I think it was just 1 over of off spin on the first day, and I'd be surprised if we see any more of that from him.
Yeah, Bailey bowled the 1 over of spin before lunch on day 2, and then he had, I think, a spell of about 2 or 3 overs of spin late on, particularly against that 10th wicket partnership stand of Matthew Potts and Callum Parkinson, just to try and offer up anything a little bit different to the pair. Short ball pulled away. There is the cover out there, though, so it'll just be the one for David Bedingham.
Yes, when we come to the fourth innings of the match, it's an interesting one with the absence of a spinner in the Lancashire attack. Arav Shetty unfortunately injured his hand early on, and his replacement had to be George Bell, who does not bowl as far as we know. He's essentially a batter and keeper.
Yeah, I think he's got limited off-spin experience as a bowler, but obviously is primarily known as more wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah.
Is George Bell. But yeah, it's definitely a big, interesting sort of subplot to this game from Lancashire's point of view. The lack and the absence through injury of a true sort of frontline spinner like Arav Shetty. Ooh.
And also the fact that they weren't able to replace him with Tom Hartley.
Mm-hmm.
That was the decision made by the officials. And I think it highlights some of the issues that are going to be debated after this round of, this block of championship matches. The rules around substitutions will be revisited and possibly amended.
Yeah, there's been the talk, and we've sort of discussed, myself and Ash yesterday, about the different potential solutions about what those changes could end up to be, whether it's a case of nominated substitutions before a game even starts, of, well, if any of these following players go down injured, then this will be the replacement to then be adjudicated. Whether it's an independent physician or doctor that makes the decisions about. Ooh, edged and doesn't carry to Jennings at slip, who's playing quite considerably back.
Yeah, that shows the threat that continues to exist. So the Durham batsmen are going to have to be careful, looking to score runs, but danger lurks still with the ball moving about a little bit.
Yeah, so a small let-off there for Emilio Gay on 34. Manages to escape it, however. Durham move up to 192. And yeah, Bill, in the live stream chat, thanks for confirming there. George Bell has recently bowled spin for the seconds. Josh Bohannon as well is also an occasional bowler to keep an eye out for potentially as the day goes on. Stanley starts betting him down the leg side. But yeah, back to the conversation around the injury substitution rule. Obviously mentioned about the potential for nominated substitutions, the independent physician to sort of say, well, you know, protect the legitimacy of the injuries so that teams aren't able to kind of mitigate that for their advantage.
It's a very interesting topic because you sort of look at Tom Hartley, who was in the squad, but presumably they were only ever likely to play one spinner here. Mm-hmm. And so if he wasn't able to replace Shetty, who could he replace in the Lancashire team? He sort of becomes completely surplus to requirements as a spinning all-rounder.
Tom Hartley is actually out there on 12th man duties, just playing at backward point at the moment. That's some nice shape in there from David Bedingham. That's good running.
Yes, of course, with all the talk about substitutions, we shouldn't forget the basic 12th man duties, you know, fielding as necessary and running the drinks.
Yeah, also for those that are of a Durham persuasion and have been following the club for quite some time, there's been some news that's been broken over the course of the lunch break former Durham and Surrey batsman Cameron Steele has been forced to retire from cricket on medical grounds. Became the youngest double centurion in Durham history as he made 224 against Leicestershire at Grace Road, which Ben McKinney has only managed to beat 2 weeks ago at Bristol.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Sad to hear that news. He is a very personable young man, and also a excellent batter who had a lot of promise. Pretty sure I remember him scoring a century here, and of course he was also a useful leg spinner, and who did that job for Surrey on occasion since he's moved down there, and he was a very popular member of the Surrey squad as well. So, well, best wishes to Cameron Steele in whatever he's going to be doing in the future, end of his playing career.
Stanley here, still trying to work hard up against Emilio Gay and David Beddingham. Runs have slowed down a little bit after lunch, but maybe that's more just a case of both these batsmen getting themselves back into rhythm following the 40-minute break. Just the one run off that over. Durham 110 for 2. For those of you that are tuning in as well, we welcome you back to the Banks Homes Riverside as
Beddingham plays it out.
Oh, quick whip off with the bails there for Hurst.
So the Durham batter's still showing the intent to look for singles, keep rotating the strike, the left-right combination as well, and the additional factor that the Lancashire bowlers have to consider and deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Just puts an extra mile or so on the legs of all the Lancashire fielders and bowlers as well, having to rearrange the fields. Coughlin just coming up a few steps into short mid-wicket.
Left outside the off stump.
Things look like they're starting to genuinely brighten up outside as well. That smattering of blue sky that I mentioned before that was over Lumley Castle about 20 minutes ago, now starting to well and truly grace us.
Okay, forward, pushes it out into the offside, but no run. Just runs out to Marcus Harris.
Lights are still on here, mind you, at the moment, but whether that's more a case of precaution as the rain that is forecast, or potentially still being forecast, to hit around any time now, really, about 2 o'clock. Oh, half a cry of catch there as Emilio Gay plays off his hip. Beddingham was slow to set off for the second run, and Hurst looked primed to launch at the stumps like he did in the first batting innings. But the throw a little late to come back into the keeper. And again, it's more good running between the pair. Last ball of the over on its way then. Just the 3 runs off it so far. Bailey into his 11th over at none for 34. And that is where it will stay to end the over. Durham continuing to show intent, but still patience at the same time as well. 113 for 2.
And just looking up some of Cameron Steele's figures, he actually did make 2 other centuries in addition to that double century for Durham. 2 centuries here, 160 against Sussex in 2018 and 128 against Northants in 2017. That was before he moved down to Surrey. So very best wishes to him. So Mitchell Stanley to continue from the Lumley end. Beddingham on strike. The field now well spread. 2 men back on the leg side, so we may expect the odd short ball. That is outside the leg stump. Goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, Stanley's had a bit more of a reliance than a lion's share of the other bowlers for both Lancashire and Durham on the short ball today. Something we're seeing more and more of in the modern game is the usage of the short ball as a genuine ploy and tactic, as opposed to sort of the once every now and then to keep the batters honest and off their rhythm. Long leg coming a little squarer, more towards deep backward square for this delivery.
Beddingham pushes that out into the onside. Bailey goes round from forward of square leg where he is. Yeah, definite blue sky now. I think the worst of that particular threat may have passed, so hopefully we're set fair, but this is England, you never know. And that is a short ball, and Beddingham sees it early, ducks under it, and it goes a long way over his head.
Yeah, lovely picture there of the outlook, which, I mean, with these blue skies starting to peel in overhead as well, this is just going to be extra ammunition for the Durham batting attack. Those overhead conditions helping out the bowlers this morning, as it did for Durham yesterday, but things starting to brighten up a little bit.
It's played defensively by Beddingham.
This ball as well, nearly 35 overs old, so will definitely be getting a bit softer from where it was when Lees and McKinney were trying to face up against it.
And that's why I'm slightly surprised that Anderson hasn't bowled himself, you know, before the ball gets even softer.
Shorter again, doesn't get it as short, but it's a smart little stop. Ranging to the right-hand side there for Bailey. So will Stanley look to go short again with this last ball of the over, or will he just try and catch Beddingham off guard, try and fire one a little bit fuller and direct onto the stumps? Here's the short one, and it's bounced way over.
That's
It's got leg byes.
yeah, not quite sure what that came off, but yeah, 4 leg byes. So
yeah, end of the over. There, it will officially go down as a maiden. with no runs being credited against Mitch Stanley's name, but 4 more runs added to the chasing total.
I think that must have... I think that may have actually hit the helmet.
Yeah. Just having a look back at it now.
The physio coming out to check. That's pretty much the only thing it could have come off, really.
Yeah, it's gone right off the badge, pretty much. There for Bettingham. Well, as is customary, there'll be the concussion protocol here, just double-checking damage to the helmet. Any damage residually done to David Bettingham. Looks like the helmet might be passing the test in pretty quick succession here. And
So during the last match, there was some discussion as to the first match that I think it was yourself here. Were you here for the Kent match, or no? It was Rob and Ash were discussing which was the first Durham match they remembered, and the first Durham match I remember is Durham's first match.
Wow.
Against Lancashire in the John Player League back in 1992. But I can do even better than that if we ask when was the first Lancashire match that I can remember. And I'll tell you about that after this ball from Tom Bailey. It's left by Emilio Gay. The first Lancashire match I can remember was a Roses match, because I was brought up in Yorkshire, at Headingley in 1968.
Wow.
Absolutely. And it was the last Roses match in Yorkshire, played by Freddie Truman and Brian Statham, those great England fast bowlers. So I was probably a little bit too young to fully appreciate that, but yes, they both left the counties at the end of the season, but I remember it well. And I was coming up to my 8th birthday, and the thing I remember most about it is Farouk Engineer, the Indian wicketkeeper who started playing for Lancashire that season, sort of playing on. He sort of hit the ball went up off his bat and fell onto his stumps. He didn't know where it had gone.
Oh, big shout here. That's moved a lot back in.
Maybe doing too much.
My initial thought was maybe height was the issue on that one. Looked like it hit pretty high up on Emilio Gay's pad.
He wasn't very far forward, was he?
I'm going to take another look at it while Tom Bailey gets himself ready back at his mark.
That's outside the off stump and played nicely by Emilio Gay down through third, but good fielding down there, and the ball comes in. It's just a single.
Yeah, it was a well-shaped shot there from Emilio Gay as well. Definitely sounded like it deserved more than a single off the bat, but Lancashire have the protection out there. Yeah, maybe a question of height, maybe a question of where it's pitched as well. From that LBW shout a couple of balls ago.
So the situation now is that Durham need a further 218. Their run rate is 3.3 and the required run rate is 3.6. So in terms of the run rate, they're well up with it.
Yeah, really into this contest and into this chase down now.
Yeah.
What initially looked like quite a daunting task.
But important not to get carried away, because a couple of wickets would completely change the picture. So.
End of the over. Just the one run from that one there. 118 for 2. As some other people are chiming in with their memories of either the first time they've seen Durham, or in some cases the only time that they've watched Durham comment here. Only time I've seen Durham was a CV40 game at Old Trafford. Rain reduced 21 overs apiece. Lancs won with a 6 off the last ball. Neil McKenzie was good value, having some fun with fans on the rope as well.
So it's Mitchell Stanley to continue from the Lumley end. Much brighter afternoon now, so they'll suit the batters. Ooh, turned off his legs by Gay for a single.
Yeah, they're really starting to try and hunt and zone in on the pads at the moment over these last couple overs. Tom Bailey had that shout in the last over against Emilio Gay. Both these batsmen well and truly in as well. Gay up to 38, betting on 37.
Oh, good Yorker there from Stanley. Pitched well up and Beddingham digs it out. But that's the variety, the short ball, the Yorker, keeping the batsman guessing as to what that length's going to be.
It's partnership all the way up to 73 as well, by the way, between these two. Again goes Fuller. Good stop there at mid-on to prevent that from racing away for 4.
A drive off the legs through mid-wicket, one of Beddingham's productive shots. On that occasion, finding the fielder.
Halfway through the over for Mitchell Stanley in his 9th over that he's bowled today. Oh, that wave straight through there from Beddingham. Yeah, I'll chime in as well on the first time that I ever at least watched Durham, let alone coming and seeing them in person. And it was involving both of these two sides. I mentioned it on Friday with Charlie.
It played out into the offside by Beddingham.
Yeah, it was Durham versus Lancashire. I think it was 2023 season it would have been in Blackpool, where there was the battle of Ben Stokes versus Nathan Lyon. And Nathan Lyon won that battle in the first innings. It's actually my preparation for when I would then come a week or two later here to the Banks Homes Riverside and watch them play. I believe it was Somerset. Beddingham.
This time Beddingham does find that gap through mid-wicket, pushes it firmly. Is it going to make it to the boundary? It does. Yep. Another 4 for Beddingham. And he'll move up to 41. And the lights have gone off. That's not a power cut. It's because the sky is blue and conditions are much improved. So, very positive sign.
Yeah, positive signs all around here at the moment for Durham. David Beddingham. Lovely little flick of the wrists there. There's Anderson that was trying to give chase, and for all the plaudits and the positivity that we'll give the 43-year-old Anderson, the speed on the legs might not quite be one of the ones that's up there to try and give chase.
So Bailey to continue from the Finkel end.
Stepping up here.
Oh, he's asking the umpire to have a look at the ball. The umpires are going to come. So this is what we do sometimes see when a bowling side are struggling to take a wicket. What's wrong with the ball? Can we get it changed?
That's dropping straight through the rings pretty easily. I have a feeling that, yep, umpire Adnan is going to throw that straight back to Anderson and go,
get on with it.
Nice try.
Not this time.
No, the ball's just 37 overs old as well, so
that may not be the last time we see that happen if this stand continues.
Yeah, to quote a mid-2000s comedy movie, Dodgeball, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
That's a new one on me. Ooh. Okay, beaten there. Trying that sort of push down to third that he's tried before. Maybe the ball was a bit too full for it. And he misses it, and keeper Hurst can't take it cleanly on this occasion.
And that, I suppose, is one of the beauties of having Hurst playing up to the stumps, even though Durham aren't advancing down the track at this stage. Does just give that opportunity if there's that little edge. You've got someone really close. We've seen one with Keaton Jennings already in this afternoon session that didn't quite carry off of an outside edge. Oh, Rory. Ooh, that one has top edged.
Yeah, this time he does hit it, but not necessarily convincingly, and gets through for a second run.
Yeah, a lot happening out there in this over off the bat of Emilio Gay.
He's also into the 40s now. 41 in the first innings. He'll be hoping to improve on that now. He's got a second start. Looked more fluent this time round. That's
Fuller.
A nice shot off his legs, and it's going to run away for 4. Yeah, that's a beautiful shot from Emilio Gay there through mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's a lot better from Emilio there. Just looked a little bit more in control of that shot. The last two that he's played at, the sort of slight outside edge and then that top edge for 2 down a third man. Just a little bit wild.
Uncharacteristic waywardness, really, from Bailey. It's been so accurate, but just straying. Right, so the end of the over, 129 for 2, Durham.
Yeah, and travelling quite well. That lead is getting closer to becoming under 200 runs required to take this contest. 207 is needed. And this pair currently, for their partnership, 83 between Emilio Gay and David Beddingham. That is the biggest partnership that Durham have been able to put up at the bat all game across the 4 days. Highest previously was that 78-run partnership between Potts and Parkinson to end day 2. And the biggest beauty of all of this, of course, is that there's still plenty of wickets left in the shed in case Stanley or Bailey or any of the other Lancashire bowlers are able to find a breakthrough.
Stanley in, bit short. Bedingham plays it out into the to the onside.
Still continuing to bowl sort of back of a length. Here is Stanley. It's only the 5th over of his spell after the lunch break.
What a chat from the Lancashire fielders, trying to create some energy, get the spirits up. Ooh, Beddingham's sort of turned around there, isn't he? Doesn't quite play that as he intended.
No, I was just looking for, again, that glance into the leg side. There is a real gap open at square leg if he can sort of really nurse that square shot past the umpire. Closest you've got to it is a man at mid-wicket who would have to do some chasing if Bedingham times it right. That one rises up high, played backward a point.
He's nicely up on his toes there to get on top of that.
Yeah, it is another strength of David Beddingham's, isn't it? Rises up high quite well.
I'm sure he's desperate to have a good season. It's been a really superb signing for Durham. He's batted extremely well over multiple seasons, but last year was a disappointment, a very stop-start season for him with South African commitments and injuries. So he'll be very keen to turn that round this year, and 1 century already. No run there for Gay, pushes it down. And behind point on the offside.
Yeah, he's been some serious talent and stalwart for Durham in that overseas slot. He was brought up in conversation with me and Ash yesterday when someone asked about who was one of the and who are among the best overseas players for Durham in the last 10 years.
Yeah, undoubtedly within the last 10 years, one of the right at the top. At the back, there's been some excellent ones. Michael Di Venuto, Dale Benkenstein immediately come to mind. Last ball of the over from Stanley. Oh, and another short ball, and Gay ducks under it. Happy to let that go through.
And that will end the over. Just the 1 run from it off the bat of David Beddingham, who's on 42 of 55, so still striking in pretty good time.
And Durham batters will be pleased to see that they've forced a bowling change. George Balderson going to replace Tom Bailey at this Finkel end, just down in front of us. Took a wicket, the wicket of Ben McKinney before lunch.
Yeah, it was a beautiful delivery that got rid of Ben McKinney, just one that seemed to stay straight on as opposed to drift across. He has let a couple of runs go, though, in his 6 overs that he's bowled so far. Economy rate of 3.7 after giving up 22 runs, including a big 10-run over in his 5th over that he bowled. 2 fours and a no ball as part of that.
Runs in busily, and it played out again to the onside by Beddingham. To get the feel of a new bowler, get a sense of the pace of the ball coming onto his bat with a different style of bowler, really.
Oh, down the leg side and juggled there by Hurst. He's put it down as well.
A lot of noise from the fielders, as though there may have been an edge there.
Yeah, Beddingham Looked like he kept his bat in pretty tightly, but whether it's caught the flick of the outside edge or maybe even the glove on the way through. Immediately tries to drive on the up. Something that is generally always the best remedy for a relatively close call. Get a single and get to the safety of the non-striker's end.
Yeah, get to the non-striker's end, take a deep breath and start again.
A little bit of movement in the field now for Emilio Gay. Jones coming in towards more of a cover. Backward points going back in.
And that's played out nicely by Gay behind square. And he gets back quickly, runs well for 2. So he moves on to 46.
Yeah, it's a good shot, especially after seeing the field maneuver around a little bit. That backward point coming back in.
Played one delicious late cut before lunch, and that was squarer than the last shot than that one, but he's strong in that area. That goes out into the onside, slight inside edge, really.
Yeah, trying to drive that straight through the cover region, but gets turned around a little bit, pushed into Coughlin on the leg side. Coughlin standing at mid-wicket. You got a man at square leg. You've still got that long leg they're persisting with as well. Oh, that really moved in.
It did.
To Emilio Gay. Does enough to muscle it in towards that man at backward point.
The end of the over. 4 off the over. So Durham will be very happy with that. Just steadily accumulating at the moment. No need to push things on too much. They'll be conscious of the threat of weather, and also potentially as things move on they may become conscious of the opportunity for a second new ball to come in, but that's a long way away at the moment. And so now we have James Anderson bringing himself on at the Lumley end. I think this is a good move. He needs to break this partnership. Lancashire must be very keen to break the partnership and get the chance to bowl at a new batter and apply pressure. So at the moment it's going Durham's way.
Yeah, the partnership up to 88 now between Gay and Beddingham, as Anderson back into the attack. Bowled 7 overs in his first spell. Extremely economical, especially with the new ball in hand and the overcast conditions. No wicket for just 10 runs though. Down the leg side, and Gay follows him down there. There is that fine leg coming into play to prevent that from going all the way and giving Emilio Gay a 50. He's going to move on to 48, not out.
So Beddingham to, I think, face Anderson for the first time today. He will have come in after Anderson's first spell, so we'll get a first look at the Lancashire captain.
I think this might be the first time all game as well, actually, that David Beddingham's facing up against Jimmy Anderson. Oh, Crive catch it there.
Turned around, the ball squirts out onto the offside, but not at all where he intended it. He gets a single, but rather fortunate there.
Yeah, slight misfield there, actually, to allow it to go through into the offside. Get off strike and offer a single. Try to crunch that one through the covers, but there is protection there. That's Hartley back on again for 12th man duties. So I wonder who's made their way off. Potentially Mitch Stanley. He just bowled a pretty hefty spell. Tom Bailey as well.
Pushed off his legs. Deep square leg by Emilio Gay. Goes up to 49.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked this all day so far from Durham, particularly against Anderson. Just happy to take the ones where they can, rotate the strike around, not let Anderson really relentlessly punish one singular batsman or target one singular batsman. Share the load out. Half a cry of catch again as Bedingham characteristically plays off his pads into the leg side. He'll retain the strike ahead of the next over.
4 singles off the over, so Durham will be very happy with that.
Yeah, they're constantly just playing sort of at where the run rate is requiring them at the moment. The run rate required is about 3.6 and over. That's the second over in a row they've managed to get 4 off of it. So still sort of scoring at the rate that they need to, or at least very close to it.
Yeah.
So we reach 2:30 in the afternoon here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Thank you each and every one of you for tuning in with us. Getting back up to about 3,000 of you.
No run there off Balderson. Well, that was interesting. James Anderson just indicating to Tom Bailey where he wants him down at deep long leg, and Bailey sprints as though he's not worked hard enough already. Sprinted into position.
Quite full there from Balderson. Up against David Bedingham. Yeah, for those of you that are tuning in, if you're enjoying the coverage and want to stay up to date with all of the broadcasts from the Rothesay County Championship, the Metrobank One Day Cup, and the Vitality T20 Blast here from the Banks Homes Riverside, be sure to drop us a like and a subscription as well. Also find the post-days plays interview. That one strikes the pad of David Bedingham. Half of a hopeful shout there from Balderson. The two will make their way through for a leg bite. And that lead has now come down to below 200 runs required. 197. Anderson and Balderson are going to meet at the takeoff point. Harris just being brought around from a sweeper towards sort of a wide third man as he's walking into place, still walking and jogging around. So he's actually going to end up at a regulation third. Gay will tuck off the hips, come back for 2, and that is the 50 up for Emilio Gay. Very well batted. He's been industrious while batting as well, doing an 81 balls, 7 4s, no 6s. But the fact he's managed to do it after the departure of Alex Lees, then sees Ben McKinney get bowled out, has really steadied the ship so far for Durham. This partnership now up to 95 as well between Bedingham and Gay. So they're starting to close in on that seventh wicket stand of 131 from Lancashire in the second innings for the highest partnership of the game. Oh, gets an edge, and it just gets past the dive of Keaton Jennings. And despite all the navigation of Harris out there at the third man, he's not going to be able to come round quick enough to stop that from going over the rope. It's one way to end the over there. 145 for 2.
This partnership really changing the course of the match and put the pressure onto Lancashire, whereas when they came together, the pressure was all on Durham. So.
And that will move the partnership up to 99 as well between Bedingham and Gay. So just one more run needs to be found for the 100 partnership. And Bedingham needs 5 more for a half century. No run there with the dab down into the offside. The last wicket not falling since 46 for 2.
Yeah, we must have had about 2 hours played since the last wicket. So. And that is the 100 partnership.
There it will be. We'll find out exactly how long that it's taken since that last wicket. 94 minutes.
Wow, 94 minutes, 136 balls in a partnership of 100 runs for the third wicket for Durham between Emilio Gay and David Bedingham.
And a real equal division as well on that partnership. 45 from Gay, 46 from Bedingham. So both really chipping in.
Gay well behind that one, pushes it out. So happy to mix attacking shots with defensive solidity.
Yeah, particularly against a bowler the quality of Jimmy Anderson. Knowing when you can quickly take those runs, when you need to be a little bit more reserved.
No run there, just goes out, fielded by Paul Coughlin in mid-wicket area.
Two more balls left in this second over of this Anderson spell.
And Gay gets it down to third. Just be 1 run this time. Alderson quickly in. Good throw into the keeper.
Yeah, again, that run down to third man. Emilio Gay has been more than happy to do in this innings. Brings Bedingham up on strike. 46 for the South African.
So just an opportunity after that over to go round the scores from the other matches. And down at Cardiff, Glamorgan are 37 for 1 and trailing Leicestershire by 109 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire don't seem confident to make a declaration for Warwickshire. They're 450 for 4, 270 ahead, but presumably running out of time to bowl Warwickshire out and not wanting to risk it. Essex 139 for 1, 76 runs ahead of Surrey, and Sussex, after an early wobble, 233 for 5, leading Yorkshire by 224. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Balderson continuing on from the Finkel end into his third over of this second spell. Durham batters really started to get to Balderson towards the back end of the first spell. Big cry there.
So at Derby, Derbyshire look as though they're going to make Gloucestershire bat again.
Wow.
They're now 215 for 7 and only 2 runs behind. Lewis Rees, who came in as a substitute, I'm not quite sure who that was for, is now 50 not out. He's had a partnership of 50 there with Zach Chappell. So interesting goings on down at Derby, in the only other ongoing match in Division 2. But I think we're in the right place. I think looking at those scores, this is the most exciting fixture to be at today. So thanks to all those listeners who, whether you're a Durham or Lancashire persuasion, or whether you're a neutral supporter simply looking for what you think will be the most exciting match. I think we've certainly got one on our hands here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one that pretty much leapt off the paper on Friday morning. Has continued to deliver here through Monday afternoon. That's a great shot. That's a lovely piece of timing there from Emilio Gay. A little too straight from George Balderson on the pads, and Gay dines out. That's 150 up for Durham as well.
And Gay moves on to 60.
181 minutes. They brought up that 150, and it has been on the platform of these two. The 100-plus partnership of Gay and Beddingham.
And when we consider how slow the scoring rate was at first, it shows how much they've now got on top of the bowling attack. And just played out onto the onside this time. Emilio Gay, no run. But another over with 4 off the over.
Yeah, continuing to answer that required run rate of 3.6 where it currently stands. The run rate for Durham at the moment is 3.4, so right into the ballpark. And with that magic number, now 185 required to win for Durham.
We're halfway through the afternoon session.
Yeah, still plenty of time, plenty of wickets left to do it.
Anderson to continue. Third over of this spell. Desperately searching for his first wicket of the day. On good line and length, but Beddingham happy to push it out to mid-off. Josh Bohannon there.
Yeah, and I think that maybe illustrates the other dimension of kind of Durham's success in this afternoon session. Yes, they have been getting on top of some of the bowling attack, like you were saying, Steve. Beddingham will grab a single. But it's also a sense of, that ball is now 44 overs old, that pitch will start to sort of settle down and behave as well. The conditions have become a little bit more overcast again, but have brightened up through the early spells of this afternoon session. So much as it has done for pretty much all 3 days previously, the batting conditions have just eased up and become a little bit easier to score in as the day has gone on.
Bit more bounce than Emilio Gay expected there, I think, but he got on top of it. Goes out to cover point. Yes, I think the Durham batters will be keen to make the most of these next 35 overs and keep the score moving along at a good rate and hopefully maintain their wickets.
Yeah, if they can continue to pile on, like you say, before that 80 over mark, before that second new ball is available to be taken, if they can shave the lead down to, say, about 50 runs when the second new ball is eligible, then they'll feel pretty confident that even with the second new ball, even with potentially any challenging conditions that might arise, that they might be able to get there.
Ooh.
Good leave.
Well, they're on track to do that, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
If they're scoring about 4 and over at the moment, 35 overs, that's 140. That would leave 44. So that's probably the sort of thinking that's going on, I would imagine. Last ball of the over coming up from Anderson. Oh, and it's a beauty. Beauty outside off stump. Goes through to the keeper. And Emilio Gay relieved not to get a touch on that one.
Yeah, so it means just the one run from that over. Durham 152 for 2. And the magic number 184 required to win. And Steve says if continue on this track, about the 4 and over mark, gets it down to 44 runs required when that second new ball is available. And with still plenty of batting depth to come. Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, Casey Aldridge, even the cameos that we saw in the first innings of Ben Rain, Potts, Minto and Parkinson. It's been a weekend where tails have wagged.
Alderston in again, and Bedingham just plays it back up. We were chatting earlier in the week in the match about the fact that possibly the batting of tail enders has become more important. In the past, 9-10 Jack weren't particularly expected to contribute very much, but it seems that the nature of pitches and the ball has changed so that Bedingham pushes it up to mid-on. So the nature has changed so that wickets fall early on, but then it does become easier to bat.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got players like Durham have in terms of Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, and so on, who can contribute down the order, as Lancashire have with Tom Bailey, Coghlan, then it makes a huge difference to a team.
Mm-hmm.
That you don't get 7 down and that's it.
Ooh, half a shout as Bedingham plays off of his legs. Will move up to 48.
And I'd certainly say that in the many years I've been watching cricket, that's one of the changes that's happened.
Yeah, I think it's definitely been an adaptation to the game in the modern era. Is sort of, like we mentioned before, that versatility of, well, can you bowl a little bit of this, a little bit of that? Are you a bowler? But also, it's less about, being able to say to a bowler, oh, he can bat a little bit. It's also more of a kind of slight requirement of, you've got to be quite capable with the bat. I mean, I'll use sort of the Australian test team as an example, but you think Pat Cummins, very capable with the bat. Josh Hazlewood, capable with the bat. Nathan Lyon, capable with the bat.
Yes, I last year read a biography of a fast bowler who you may never have heard of, Ben. It's Bill Bowes of Yorkshire in England, who, when I was growing up in Yorkshire, was the cricket correspondent of the Yorkshire Evening Post, and he was a very tall, bespectacled fast bowler who actually went on the Bodyline tour.
Oh, wow.
Back in 32, 33, and he didn't look like a cricketer at all. He looked like a university professor, really. He was a tremendous fast bowler, but he he really couldn't bat at all. You know, he really was a terrible batsman. So here is Jimmy Anderson to carry on.
Yeah, it's always great as well to see bowlers that don't necessarily look like bowlers or cricket players. Can't quite remember off the top of my head. I don't think it was Martin Guptill. It was a New Zealander that used to bowl. The main reason I remember him is from the early eras of like the T20 Big Bash over in Australia, but he used to bowl spin. And he had these thick black rimmed glasses on.
Are you thinking of Daniel Vittori?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't really look like a cricketer,
No.
did he? But we're watching a man who very much looks like a cricketer and is a cricketer, even though he's just conceded a 4 down through third man. That's James Anderson, who's continuing to strive for a wicket here, but it's Beddingham who's gone on to his 50. 52 runs now to David Beddingham, 73 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. So Beddingham and Gay really on top form this afternoon, and Durham the happier side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great performance from these two. Yeah, Daniel Vittori. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And Jimmy Anderson plays a little bit of football with the ball. Is that a sign of he getting a little bit grumpy, Jimmy? And I don't think there'll be many Durham fans will be unhappy if Jimmy's getting a bit grumpy, because it shows that things aren't really going Lancashire's way at the moment. But that could all change. Beddingham looks for that mid-wicket gap, but finds Tom Hartley, who's on the field.
Yeah, he's been back and forth off the field throughout the course of today, Tom Hartley, for 12th man duties. Anderson striding back to his mark. 2 balls left to come. We're coming up to 10-3 in the afternoon. Emilio Gay just looks like re-gripping his bat there, at least adjusting the grip. And then on striker's end, you can just see at the right-hand side of your picture.
No run. Covers, so 157 for 2 Durham. 179 needed.
Yeah, and the headline out of that over is David Beddingham moving up to 52 for Durham. He's getting his curtain call now for the half century and has scored pretty much most places on the ground. Quite a lot in that sort of onside, mid-wicket to silly mid-on sort of area. But a lot square as well. Been playing very, very well as David Beddingham so far.
And Ollie Sutton comes onto the field as another substitute fielder. Not sure who's gone off.
Ooh.
Down the leg side.
Yeah, I have to have a look and see if Tom Hartley's still on the field, because it might just be a 12th man for 12th man duties here. Coughlin the one to retrieve the ball back for Balderson and then take his place back up at mid-wicket.
Gay pushing it out through to mid-wicket. Just 1 run this time.
Yeah, still showing really strong intent here as Emilio Gay was very quick to set off for the first run and then immediately was ready to tap and go back for the second. That run rate required has just moved up an inch as well. It's up to 3.7 required. Durham keeping on at the moment at around about the 3.3.
Single there. Not quite where he intended it. And the umpires at square leg are gaining their steps today. Constantly swapping backwards and forwards. It's the left and right-handed combination.
Yeah, everyone's getting some pretty good miles in the legs out there today.
And it's an interesting one, the different schedules that these teams have had. Durham playing their third match of the season, having had a gap, but this is Lancashire's fourth. And, you know, that must have an impact on the bowlers particularly.
Yeah, I mentioned during the early stages of day one. Ooh. Jennings up with an optimistic shout there off the Emilio Gay bat. But yeah, I mentioned the early stages of day one on Friday that Lancashire will be coming in as the more match experienced side, having played more recently, but Durham the more rested, and whether that would play a part later on as the game went on.
Just 2 runs off that over, 159 for 2. Yes, I know Tom Bailey didn't play in the last match. I'm not sure whether that was rotation or whether he had a niggle of some sort. Yes, I'm not sure about the way they do it. I wonder whether it would be better to have a week when the first division had a break, and then a week when the second division hadn't, so that everybody was at the same stage in their respective divisions.
Yeah, because if you look at the standings in Division 2, obviously Lancashire and a large majority of the sides, Lancashire in particular, having that advantage with them playing the extra game, getting the extra points on the board to build that gap.
Beddingham pushes a single out into the onside of Anderson, who seems to be having a word with him. Not quite sure what that's about. And still having a word.
I love it. I was really looking forward to the potential of this battle. Beddingham versus Anderson. And
Anderson's going to be round the wicket now to Gay. Which is less usual for Jimmy Anderson, isn't it, against the left-handers? He often stays over the wicket, unlike his old opening partner for England, Stuart Broad, who would always be round the wicket to left-handers.
Yeah, you've seen quite a lot of the bowlers for both sides try and go around the wicket until the left-handers. Anderson deciding maybe it's time to follow suit.
That's a nice shot. And that's going to be 4 runs to Emilio Gay. Pushed out through the offside. It's the boundaries there in front of the main stand.
Yeah, that is a true save your legs type shot. Just picks the gap really, really nicely. Square through the offside. Got backward point and the man in the covers there, and neither of them had any chance of chasing after that.
But he's just happy just to play that one down the pitch. Not getting carried away. Very patient, ready to wait for the shot that the ball that he feels capable of playing a shot to. And no need to do anything else at the moment. And another
shot.
Shot through the offside. I think that's going to race away as well for 4. So another 4. Yeah. Gay up to 69.
That's one of the shots of the day. That from Emilio Gay.
Definitely.
Dispatches Jimmy Anderson 2 balls prior and says, you know what? We'll do it again. Pretty much a carbon copy.
And that's on the onside.
That might get there. Oh, good stop. Very good stop. Out there in the deep, that's Jones, who slid and saved the run, but Emilio Gay and Benningham will come back for 3.
Expensive over from Jimmy Anderson, 12 off it. And yes, he overcorrected there. And onto the pads of Gay, who was very happy to tuck it away into that deep mid-wicket area. Very close to picking up another boundary. And I think this is where Lancashire are possibly feeling that their attack is a bit samey. You wonder whether they might even risk one of their very part-time off spinners just to try something different, because they've had the best bowlers on, nothing's much happening. They're all much the same right arm, medium fast. Stanley's a bit quicker, a bit more bounce, or maybe Bailey will try his off spin if they think he's the best bet with a spin. But I think it's a sort of situation where they need to try something, really, because at the moment, unless something happens, the game is starting to go away from them. But that can change quickly.
Balderson continues on in this second spell. This will be his 6th over, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a change for him.
And Anderson's had 5, so he may feel that that's enough, particularly after that expensive over.
For the first time pretty much all day, the run rate and the required run rate are virtually matching, about 3.5 each way. So Durham really starting to pile the pressure on. 165 required to win. So we just reached 3 o'clock. Pushed very full up there from Balderson. Emilio doesn't quite time it through the covers. Yeah, the different potential part-time spin options. Obviously already mentioned potentially Tom Bailey. He has bowled and did bowl a little bit of spin part-time mixed in with the pace on day 2. Ooh. But you've also got the injury replacement substitute of George Bell, who did bowl a little bit of spin more recently for the seconds. And also Josh Bohannon has the capability to bowl a little bit of part-time spin as well. Full and straight, and that's going to be punished straight with an on drive. Another boundary for Emilio Gay. He's really starting to dial it up now. 3 of his 4 last scoring shots have reached the boundary rope, and he's managed to push himself up to 76.
Just checking the records, and Josh Bohannon has 17 first-class wickets at an average of 41.
Well, hey.
So he's been around a long time, so he doesn't get many opportunities to bowl. Ooh. Oh no. Bit of hesitation there about whether there was a single, but there isn't. So just the one scoring shot, but a very good one. And 175 for 2. And 161 required, so well past halfway now.
And Anderson, it looks like, has had enough. He is going to go and change from the Lumley end. I think, is that Mitch Stanley that's coming back into the attack? No, it's Tom Bailey. So a change of ends.
Well, it's Tom Bailey, but Matty Hurst is standing up to the stump. So what's he going to bowl?
He's bowling spin, I think.
I think he is.
Let's have a look at the action here. Yeah, it looks like he is bowling spin.
So we called it right.
It's always nice when you're up here and you forecast something and
Absolutely.
the pros get it right. They show you that you're thinking along the right track. So Anderson wants to try the change of pace for the first time. No frontline spinner with Arav Shetty out for injury substitute.
Bettingham just pushes that one out into short mid-wicket.
Ooh. Strikes the pad, but never really seemed to turn back enough to threaten impact onto the stumps. And then swept into the leg side. It'll just be for the single. Down towards that long leg.
Yeah, Tom Bailey's certainly put in a good shift in this match, hasn't he? He's bowled good number of overs of pace. He's batted well, and now he turns out to be the frontline spinner.
Oh, that struck the pad. That's not a bad shout, you know, from Tom Bailey.
I don't think we can tell from the records how many wickets he's got bowling spin. But maybe somebody watching with Lancashire supporter might be able to tell us, give us some idea. Okay, carefully forward there.
I think it might be more impressive for those Lancashire fans that are tuning in that maybe tell us how many games, full stop, that Bailey has bowled spin in, let alone the wickets that he's taken with it. Stepping away there and nice little cut for the single. And that will end the over as well between these two.
Yep.
Just the 2 runs from that over of part-time off spin.
And we're going to have a change at the Finkel end. It's Paul Coghlan going to come on to bowl. So just to carry on showing my age, as I've been doing all day, I remember Tony Gregg used to be mainly a medium pace bowler, but he took to bowling spin at one stage in India, I think, on one of the tours, quite successfully. So this switching between fast medium and off spin has precedence.
Yeah, I've seen it be done the other way around more recently with Marnus Labuschagne as a part-time spinner, but also threw in a little bit of, to call it medium pace, would maybe be a little bit of an overestimation, but it was overarm bowling with a little bit of a run-up nonetheless.
Just don't mention that to Jamie Smith.
Now, real conference going on here between Jimmy Anderson, Paul Coghlan, Josh Bohannon.
Marcus Harris getting in on the act as well.
Yeah, one of the more senior figures in the squad.
Trying to work out what to do. 2 men out deep on the leg side, so maybe there's going to be a bit of short pitch bowling. Just pushed out into the offside by Gay.
Yeah, short-ish first start there for Coghlan, slightly back of a length. Oh, there you go. John Traynor has come in with the goods. Tom Bailey has 3 first-class wickets so far, bowling off breaks. You're a champion, John. Thank you for that, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We knew we could rely on somebody. Oh, lovely
creamed.
shot. Yeah. pitched up by Coghlan, and a beautiful drive down through long off by Emilio Gay. Moves into the 80s.
He's batting really, really nicely here, is Emilio Gay. Good to see in the early part of this season get himself some consistency.
Absolutely.
As well. I know there's a lot of conversation from quite a few cricket fans around whether Emilio Gay should be included in the England Test conversation.
I think he's certainly in the conversation. He obviously went to Australia with the Lions in the winter. Unfortunate to pick him an injury. But yeah, he absolutely has to be in the conversation.
I think the conversation is getting so much noise and traction because of Zach Crawley at the moment, not quite putting in the performances that are expected of him at the moment in the early parts of the championship season.
Ooh, that's a nasty lifting ball from Coghlan, and I think he must have got some bat on it, not signalled as a leg by.
Yeah, I'm going to double check this one. The sound sounded a little bit more like glove. Yeah.
Kind of the glove.
Pulled the bottom hand away.
Yeah, he's looking at his hand now. Not quite so much discomfort as Matthew Potts did the other day when he got hit on the hand. He was very unhappy with that one.
Emilio's got the glove back on and is ready to continue at the non-striker's end.
Unfortunately, nowadays gloves are a lot better than they used to be. Oh, that's short.
Have that.
Dismissed.
Oh.
Absolutely dismissed by Beddingham. Rocks onto the back foot, pulls it through for Imperious. Takes some of that, Paul Coghlan.
Yeah, that was a sort of similar execution of the shot that he played to actually get the 6 as well. Just leaning back on that one. That one just more a little bit measured, bat angled downwards as opposed to going up and over.
Yeah. The ball's disappeared into the car park behind the scoreboard, being retrieved. That will no doubt cause some review of the ball condition by the umpire. Another attempt perhaps by the Lancashire players to
try and get a newer ball a bit earlier.
Yeah, Jimmy's having a look. Studying it, throws it back to Coggers.
Yeah, and while that's going on, fine legs being brought back around to long leg.
Oh, and that's pushed through a big chase. Oh, yeah. And Jimmy Anderson will not appreciate having to do that. Chasing back from mid-on, a dive on the boundary, but he successfully pulls the ball back and saves a run. Just 3 runs there for Beddingham, who moves into the 60s. 62 not out for David Beddingham, 82 not out for Emilio Gay, and Durham 189 for 2, and 147 required to win.
And 12 runs off that over as well. The first in the return from Paul Coghlan there.
And now the run rate is 3.6 and the required run rate is 3.3.
Wow.
So moving nicely ahead of the game.
Yeah, that's the first time I think that the required run rate has actually made its way down.
That's just pushed nicely to long on by Beddingham. Strolls up for a single.
Yeah, continuing on with the part-time off-spin and the impromptu off-spin of Tom Bailey. Yeah, like Terry says, this run chase is starting to get a little interesting. 146 required now. Fuller ball to Gay, and he's just happy again to push that to long off.
pushed out into the onside by Beddingham. I think they'll be quite happy to milk Tom Bailey for as many singles as they can. Push the ball around.
Big wafting drive attempted there by Emilio Gay. Josh Bohannon does well. Last ball of the over.
Outside the leg stump, and Gay just pushes it down towards deep backward square leg, and that's the fourth single of the over. So
that's going to be the end of the over as well. 193 for 2.
yeah.
Decent crowd still in for this day 4 run chase for Durham against Lancashire. And for those that have made the journey across to the Banks Homes Riverside, they're being really treated to a really impressive batting display here by Emilio Gay and David Beddingham. The partnership up to 147. So not too far away from a 150 partnership, and this is now the highest partnership of the game between both sides. At the moment, Lancashire just don't seem or can't seem to find any answers at the moment. Emilio Gay on 84 off 127. Beddingham 64 off 87. Both been pretty equally contributing to the partnership as well. It's been really, really great viewing.
Oh, better over so far from Paul Coughlin.
Yeah, good bounce back over after he was hit for 12 in his first over at the start of this second spell. Still relatively fresh bowling-wise today, but did, of course, bat a long time yesterday. That's a great shot. Again, driving straight down the ground. It leaves Coughlin halfway up the track with his hands on top of his head. And Emilio Gay dining out. That is the 150 partnership up between David Beddingham and Emilio Gay. Gay contributing 78, Beddingham 64. Just over 2 hours between the two that they have been batting. When you're playing strikes like that, it's easy to see why. Coughlin's got one last ball of this over. Has been a tidier over than the one before, but a straight drive boundary will be all it will be, and Coughlin kicks the ball away in disgust, and Emilio Gay was ready to set off for a misfield run there. A little bit more frustration being shown there by the Lancashire bowling unit. Just the boundary off of it then, 197 for 2.
Bailey continuing with his off spin.
Ooh, under the dive.
Yeah, slight misfield. Ball goes through, so single. So I think there were one or two people who were perhaps a little surprised on Friday morning when Durham chose to bowl first. Beautiful day, and they chose to bowl first. And perhaps this is a case of where we have to consider, and maybe this will come up in the interviews after the match, how much the decision was based on how the pitch would be later in the match as well as how it would be at the start. And that there is a sense that pitches here at the Riverside can become easier to bat on as the match goes. It's a bit like the situation at Headingley last year, of course, in the Test match, when Ben Stokes came in for a lot of criticism when he put India in to bat, and they piled up lots of runs on the first day, but England ended up chasing them down at the end. And we can be very quick to make judgments as to what we think should or shouldn't be done based on how it is on the first day, but you do have to consider all 4 or 5 days of a match. Nicely pushed for a single by Bedingham. That's 3 off the over, and Durham up to 200. 200 for 2. And just 136 runs required.
Yeah, and they've done it in pretty good time as well. Just over 3.5 hours that they've done it in. Been enterprising in their scoring, particularly in picking some running between the wickets. And of course some beautiful shot making off the bat of Emilio Gay with some of those straight drives, and David Bedingham playing across his body. Where does that put the partnership now? 154 currently between these two.
Coghlan continues.
Oof. Bedingham almost drove him back to the ground again.
Yeah, ball was fielded quickly by Coghlan, and Bedingham got out of the way just in case he felt a slightly irritated Coghlan was going to hurl the ball at the stumps. Coghlan slightly frustrated that after all these wonderful efforts with the bat yesterday, that things aren't going his team's way.
Bedingham across his body. This time can only find Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. Yeah, it's definitely getting to that kind of point where Durham were at yesterday evening, where anything and everything they throw at these two just will not seem to budge. Oof, great sound off the bat, but only finds Jones and mid-wicket.
Yes, looking for that mid-wicket gap, but not finding it on that occasion.
Still quite some time till the second new ball is available as well. About what, 24 overs after this one's completed. And there is that
Down
straight
the
drive.
ground.
Good stop there from the skipper Anderson.
Yeah, pushes it across. Lies on the ground. I'm not sure he's injured as much as winded. Helped up by Josh Brown. Rubs his abdomen.
Yeah. As much as we can make jokes about how many years young he is, his experience, he is still 43. Still willing to give his absolute all.
But I'm sure he is very happy that he's got a week off.
Yeah.
And I think back to the discussion before lunch, I think if he wants to have a few days holiday, he's entitled to it. He's bowled his heart out for his county in the last 4 matches, and a rest would be well deserved.
Yeah, leading the wicket taking in the second division. Keaton Jennings, it looks like he's going to be pulled out the slips cordon here.
Yeah, I don't know quite who's made that call, whether it's Coghlan or Josh Bohannon was certainly involved in the discussion. And that's
So
played out on the leg side. They should get back for a second run. Yes, they will. 3 off the over. 203 for 2. So another 133 runs required. We haven't mentioned the weather for a little while.
No.
Just to say, there is bits of blue sky. There are clouds around, but at the moment we seem to be set fair. Looking at the flags blowing on top of the pavilion, the wind maybe has got up a little bit, so that will hopefully blow things through if anything is coming our way. And the off-break experiment from Tom Bailey has ended. It's going to be Mitchell Stanley's going to have another blast before the tea interval. I think we might see some short pitch bowling here. I think a little bit of sustained short stuff might be the order of the day. Bit of variety.
Yeah.
40 overs remaining in the day.
And out of the 56 overs that we've played so far, Mitch Stanley has bowled 10 of them. He is one of only 2 Lancashire bowlers to pick up a wicket today. He bowled Alex Lees early on this morning. 1 for 35 with just the 1 maiden. And that's another aspect as well, is the lack of maidens so far. There's not really been any scoreboard pressure that Lancashire have been able to establish. These two have consistently been able to find the extra sort of ones here and there.
Well, with this field now is very interesting. We'll describe it after this ball.
Here's the short ball. Beddingham pulls it away.
And it goes down to one of 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. Are they going to do the same for Gay? We're certainly going to have 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side for Emilio Gay.
And looks like that's going to be it. It is just going to be the 2. Harris at fine leg. And then you've got sort of deep backwards square leg more than it is long leg. First 2 balls to 1 to each of the batter, and it has been a bit of the short stuff at the moment.
And McKinney wandering around the ground, having a bit of chat to the Lancashire fielders. Although he only made 19, I think he played a very valuable part. McKinney this morning lasted an hour, and that's one of the most valuable knocks of 19 that he will have made.
There is another pull shot, this time off the bat of Emilio Gay, down to Harris at long leg. Yeah, like you say, the scoreboard and the scorecard at face value might not necessarily talk up the importance of the role that Ben McKinney played. The same can even be said for Alex Lees.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it's the value added, isn't it? And so we've still got for Beddingham a deep square leg who has to be in front of square because we've got 2 men behind square on the boundary on the leg side, and we have a square leg and a mid wicket. So not much doubt what's going to come Beddingham's way. But
Beddingham doesn't really mind it. Still go on the pull shot, run it down to long leg. And just continuing to rotate the strike backwards and forwards. But yeah, the balls, I mean, Alex Lees faced 39 balls and Ben McKinney faced 70, but it is more that time in that we're looking at between the two. 58 minutes for Alex Lees, 81 minutes for Ben McKinney. Ooh, swipe and a miss, and it's bounced all the way over the top as well.
Yeah.
An indication, actually, that...
He got something on it.
Yeah, it's been scored as runs and credited to Emilio Gay. And we haven't even really mentioned it or taken much notice of it. Emilio Gay's up to 96.
Yeah. Yes, he seemed to have suddenly crept there towards the end, yes. Without...
Well, Paul Coughlin played an important century throughout the late stages of yesterday. Emilio Gay could potentially play a very important and consistent century throughout today. He's going to have to wait till potentially next over before that happens, though. 7 runs off of the over, 210 for 2. It's just 126 runs that are required for Durham here. We are, what, about 11 minutes till the tea break, with it happening at 3:40 today, not at the 32 over mark like it has done at the first 3 days. Oh, lost that ball, and that's going to go all the way for 4.
Yeah, the fielder lost sight of it, and but you can't bowl there to David Benningham. And Paul Coughlin should know as well as anybody. But sometimes knowing and doing are different things, as we all know in life.
Yes.
We all do things that we would rather not do.
And then width on offer, and David Benningham extends the hands, back-to-back boundaries. The South African sees Emilio Gay up in the mid-90s and says, you know what, I don't mind a piece of that.
So that takes a 33-year-old Durham record. It overtakes the record for the 3rd wicket for Durham against Lancashire of 169, which was set way back in the early days of Durham cricket by Paul Parker and Phil Bainbridge.
Incredible. Now this time tries to go pushing to the leg side. Doesn't quite time that. And it's retrieved by Anderson. But yeah, what a stand that this has been with Emilio Gay.
With this sort of target, you always need at least one batter to stand up and play a big knock. And Durham have been fortunate that we've had 2. The job's not done yet, but it's looking very promising at the moment. Gay patient, just plays that back down the pitch. Stays on 96.
The partnership up to 173 and counting for the record books. That 3rd wicket stand against Lancashire, and the runs required to win is just 117. Ooh.
That didn't play that as well as I liked. The hand sort of came off the handle, didn't it?
Yeah, I think
a bit more bounce.
I think Gay was maybe looking for the big booming drive, get that century on the board, just doesn't quite time it right. Like you say, loses the bottom hand, which is your telltale sign that you're way out of control of the shot. Up on the back foot, and is that underneath the dive? It is. That is the century for Emilio Gay. And as Steve said, when you need a batsman to be able to come and step up, you've got 2 of them, but Emilio Gay has had to lead the charge, losing Lees, losing McKinney in the opening morning. Emilio Gay stands up 100 off 142 balls, 16 fours, no sixes. And another very big exclamation point into that England conversation. Well batted, Emilio Gay.
Yes, that's his second century of the summer. He played very well here against Kent at the beginning of the season. Second century, his 12th first-class century in all, and his 6th for Durham. So, well played, Emilio Gay. Now we just hope that he and Beddingham can carry on for as long as possible, and we really don't want any upsets, do we? From a Durham perspective.
Absolutely, yes. It's going to be Stanley that's going to continue here from the Lumley end as well. Paul Coughlin's just off the ground, receiving, looks like a little bit of attention, a little bit of treatment after being hit for 13 runs in that last over. Short ball.
Ooh. That hit Josh Bohannon, I think.
Some venom behind that pull shot as well. Almost Ricky Ponting-esque pull shot there.
That shows your Australian allegiances. Beddingham pulls that, but it sort of goes out through mid-wicket just gently, and Anderson runs around to field, fumbles, and then picks it up at the second attempt.
Yeah, thick bottom edge from an attempted pull shot there from David Beddingham. He won't mind. It's a run to the total nonetheless. 112 required to win. He's on 79 at the non-striker's end. And up comes Emilio Gay again. Oh, smack. Pull shot. 4. Last 3 scoring shots for Emilio Gay, all finding the boundary rope. And he is maybe looking more at the clock as opposed to looking at the runs required and thinking, right, lads, I want to get this done as soon as possible.
Yeah. But when you're in like this, and when the bowlers are starting to get a bit tired, you want to take advantage. The run rate required has now dropped below 3, down to 2.9.
We've also got a message and a greeting from Mitch Colleen.
Okay.
Missing it out there with the boys, but looks like on for a win here.
Down at Essex now.
Hope you're doing well there,
Oh,
Mitch. Emilio tucks one off the hip. It evades. Square leg. And Emilio Gay will come back for 2 as well. The applause ripples out for more strong running for Emilio Gay.
Yeah.
Ooh, way down the leg side. Good take, though, from Matty Hurst, scurrying to his right.
And it looks like Tom Bailey is going to bowl, and again we'll have the debate as to what he's going to bowl. Matty Hurst looks as though he's going to put a helmet on, so it's going to presumably be off spin, and this will be the last over, I suspect, before
the tea break.
Unless he rattles through it in Ravinder Jadeja style.
Yeah, they don't look like they're in sort of too much hurry to get themselves into fielding position here.
No, I don't
Lancashire.
think so. And whatever happens in this over, I don't think there's any doubt that this has been Durham's session.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's no question which dressing room might vibrate to the sound of the rain dance during the tea interval. And Beddingham pushes it out to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, that moves Beddingham up to 80, who's had himself a really solid knock once again, really helped to anchor and partner with Emilio Gay. Third man comes in for Gay. He's just going to be happy to defend the first offering from Bailey. Oh, real looping delivery there.
Really tossed up, wasn't it?
Mm.
But, Gay not tempted into anything too extravagant, happy to push it up to Jimmy Anderson at deep mid on.
Oh, under the
single.
dive. Yeah, Josh Bohannon trying to dive there. Sort of a short mid-wicket. Yet again, the pair just happy to keep rotating the strike. Last ball of the over, and just as we were before lunch, we've not quite ticked off to the prerequisite time. Tom Bailey, though, taking his time to get back.
So this, I think, shows the change in the dynamic of the game. Before lunch, Lancashire were a bit disappointed they couldn't squeeze in an additional over. Now they definitely don't want another over. They want to get in, they want to regroup, to work out if there any way they can work out their way back into this match.
The time has ticked up to 3:40. So Emilio Gay is going to try dance down the crease. Doesn't quite time it, though. Will drive it straight to Anderson along the ground, and that will be tea in a dominant session for Durham with the bat. A session where Emilio Gay has racked up a century, where Gay and Beddingham have created a new Durham record for a highest third wicket stand against Lancashire. They will go in with a partnership of 187, Gay at 107, Beddingham at 81, and the magic number needed to win through the evening's play, 103 more runs to go. We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes or so with the conclusion live from the Banks Homes Riverside. Well, before we dive into the action for the evening session of Day 4 between Durham and Lancashire, a quick reminder that in a couple of weeks' time, Banks Homes Riverside will play host to the England women in a one-day clash against the New Zealand women. There was a graphic on your screens during the break with a QR code for tickets. But if you want to do it the old-fashioned way, head on over to the Durham Cricket website for more information how you can be a part of the action. These two have been a real part of the action here today. A record-breaking third wicket stand against Lancashire, a partnership of 187 with Emilio Gay up on 107, Beddingham on 81. And it puts Durham just needing 103 runs from this final session to win against Lancashire in a matchup that quite a few people had their eyes on at being a potential early indicator for who was in the driver's seat for the Division 2 title. Ben Fitzpatrick here with you as he has been, and I have been, throughout all 4 days. It's been an absolute joy to watch this match unfold. And with me today on Day 4 is Steve Blades.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day's play. Been a great match, and a match that's ebbed and flowed. And 2 days ago when Durham was it 124 for 7?
Round about that range.
We wouldn't have imagined, but they're now in the driving seat. Really, we'd like these two to go on as long as possible, but and the weather to remain kind.
Mm-hmm.
That's possibly as much of a threat at the moment as the Lancashire bowling. And it's George Balderson to resume from the Lumley end after tea.
And width early on, which is going to be cut away, and it will be a misfield as well by Marcus Harris. Thankfully for him, doesn't get far enough away to trickle all the way into a collision with the Toblerones. Beddingham away with 2 straight after tea. But yeah, the weather looking like it's going to stay away for the remainder of this game. Touch wood as Beddingham trying that powerful back foot drive.
Just looking at the scores around the country, looks like all the matches in the First Division are going to end up as draws, and Gloucestershire are getting close to sealing a victory over Derbyshire in the Second Division. I think this has, without doubt, been the match of the round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been very, very fortunate, and especially, like you say, Steve, when there's been multiple times across both teams in the game where it looks like that the other could have really outmuscled. Strong morning starts on both days 2 and 3 for respective bowling attacks.
Absolutely. Looked on day 2 as though Durham might have to follow on, but they avoided that quite comfortably in the end. And then yesterday morning, Lancashire were in danger of being skittled out to set a low target until that wonderful partnership between Michael Jones and Paul Coghlan. So all that has gone to set up this exciting 4th day, which Durham are currently on top of. And the strategy, as it often is on the 4th day of matches here, is as the pitch gets a little bit slower, perhaps the ball gets softer, no slip in play, and a short extra cover, and then a short mid-wicket and a very short mid-on as well. So 3 catching positions in front of the wicket.
Trying to entice Emilio Gay to go on the drive there as well. That's going to end the first over after tea, just the 3 runs from it.
Yeah.
But it means that the deficit is now bang on 100 for Durham.
And it looks like it's going to be Tom Bailey to continue, but again the debate as to what he's actually going to bowl, but it does look like it's going to be spin still.
Yeah, staying up towards the non-striker's crease. And Matty Hurst with the gloves has the helmet on as well, as you see coming into your picture. Bailey is going to continue with the off spin. Remember, for those that are just joining us and tuning in, no Arav Shetty. He was an injury replacement substitute in the middle of day 2. Was damaged the webbing in his hand after diving to try and stop a David Bedingham boundary that ran down to third man. It's Bedingham that is on strike now. Backs away and cuts.
And that.
Oh, very good dive. Good sliding stop there on the offside. That's Mitch Stanley that's done the fielding. A little overzealous with the throw, but not willing to press the advantage with an overthrow. Bedingham will stay with 2. Another loopy delivery there from Bailey. This time driven out towards sort of long on. Harris coming around to cut that off.
And the runs required has dropped now below 100. 97 needed.
Now clipped in towards the leg side. There's not too much protection immediately out there. It's a long run around for the sweeper out on the boundary. Yeah, that in and of itself, seeing the deficit and the lead that Lancashire had being cut down to just double digits, was looked a hefty proposition overnight. As Gay dances down. Good stop though from Harris.
Yeah, nice use of his feet there. And Tom Bailey, I think, wasn't quite sure where the ball was going there. Emilio Gay seems to help out with the fielding.
Bedingham a little more reserved as the final ball of the over. 6 runs from it. Good combination of small ball cricket and some well-placed shots. Puts Durham 242 for 2. And just 94 now left to win. Still plenty of time with 34 overs remaining in the day's play. And still those 8 wickets in hand.
Still with these men close in, trying to somehow manufacture a wicket.
Yeah, just looking for one to sort of pop up out of nowhere off the bat of Emilio Gay. Oh, goes down. It's bowled him.
No, it's an attempted stumping. He went for the stumping, I think, and yeah, and it wasn't out.
Oh, I thought it just clipped the leg stump there, and I suppose maybe even the Lancashire fans hoping and praying for some kind of option.
Nice bit of keeping there from Hurst, nicely across and very quick hands. But that's the sort of thing that the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, to the medium pacer, gives you another chance of a wicket, and Gay gets a little bit carried away.
Required run rate under 3. Extension.
Oh, what a shot
Beautiful
that is.
shot.
Nobody out deep on the offside boundary, and Gay just finds the gap. The partnership passes 200, and that's a wonderful shot. 200 run partnership of 258 balls in 169 minutes.
Yeah.
104 of them to Gay and 87 to Beddingham. Wonderful batting.
Incredible feat. Absolutely incredible feat between the two. Just when we thought that 131 run partnership yesterday was going to be enough from Lancashire, it's a no ball for Balderson as well, just to add some misery into the mixture. Puts Durham to 248 for 2 now. Up on the back foot and
Another
punches
4.
again. Emilio Gay looking to get this game finished in quick hurry. That's 10 off the over now. And the 250 up for Durham as well. Batted brilliantly all day, and it's very easy to give all the plaudits to this 200-plus run partnership of Gay and Beddingham, but Lees and McKinney as well. The part that they played in weathering that first hour, weathering the morning storm that everyone knew and expected was going to happen. Overcast conditions, Jimmy Anderson, new ball. They've been equally as important.
Somebody moving behind the sight screen. Rarely a problem here, but I think it's just the angle of Balderson coming round the wicket. Just distracting Gay a little bit at that point.
And that's going to bring an end to the over. Another really strong over for Durham with the bat. 10 runs. 2 beautiful back foot punch 4s, square on the offside. And then the no ball. The maths now 84 runs to win for Durham. And Bailey's going to continue with the makeshift off spin. You do have to wonder what the complexity of this game could have looked like if Araf Shetty didn't do any damage to his hand.
Absolutely, or indeed if Tom Hartley had been allowed as a replacement. But on the other hand, there wasn't a lot of sign of any great help for Callum Parkinson.
Club, catch that, into the stands for 6.
Dismissive.
Right back up over Tom Bailey's head. David Beddingham moves to 93 now. He's eyeing up the potential of 100 before this deficit is met. Harris is going to leap over the advertising boards right underneath us. But gee, that is monstrous. Having a look at this back on the replay. Doesn't even advance down, just gives himself a little bit of room. And now into the offside he goes, through the covers. These two really feeling it now. They know the end is close.
97 to Beddingham.
And things continuing to go from bad to worse here for Lancashire, who look all but done here with 74 runs to go. Stranger things have happened, and this game has twisted and turned. But Tom Bailey is being dissected here.
Defensive shot. Don't get carried away.
Yeah, up to 97. Will not want to throw this century away. It would be back-to-back in matches if he gets there. After 118 against Gloucestershire in the last matchup. Little roll of the wrists. Bohannon comes across well, and that's the end.
Another over with 10 off it.
Yeah, very exciting over off the bat of David Bedingham.
It seems no time since I said that it was less than 100, and it's now down to 74 to win.
Mm-hmm. Question from Simon: who on your production team deserves a shout out for help bringing us coverage over the last 4 days? Well, that would be the magnificent Ross and Stevie, the men behind the curtains and with the cameras. Always bang on point with the work that they do to even make it so that we are able to bring you a game with the magnificence that this is. So big shout outs to the guys. Balderson continuing on to Emilio Gay, who will happily play off the pads to Harris into the leg side.
Bedingham taking new guard. Must be taking an off-stump guard. No run there. 3 needed for his century.
And that's the advantage of having that man up close, catching pretty much right in line with the non-striker's crease. Is without him there, that's racing away through mid-on and would be Bedingham's century. Keaton Jennings getting down well. That one might race away. It will. Gets past the dive at mid-off, and David Bedingham partners with Emilio Gay for a century. Back-to-back games with 100 on the board. 101 off 119 deliveries as well. Did it with good timing. 11 fours and 2 sixes. Very well batted to David Bedingham.
And that's Bedingham's 27th first-class 100 and his 18th first-class century for Durham. So he pulls level with Michael DiVenuto in the centuries for Durham ranks. And there's only Paul Collingwood, Dale Benkenstein and Alex Lees ahead of him.
That is some serious company. And we spoke about David Bedingham. It is plaudits and many believing that he is one of, if not the best overseas player in the last 10 years for Durham. Obviously, we mentioned how he's had an interrupted season in the last campaign between South Africa duties and injuries here and there as well.
He's certainly making up for it this season.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Short ball sent away into the leg side. Won't get all of it, but we'll get the single and move off strike to 102.
Yeah, just happy to settle for a single. Well,
apparently, according to reports from Headingley, Joe Root's picked up 3 wickets.
well, maybe he's going to be the England spinner this summer.
That will end the over, an over in which David Bedingham has got himself back-to-back centuries in back-to-back games. 6 runs off the over, 68 to win, as Durham up to 268 for 2. And Bill, appreciate your kind words there as well. Been a pleasure to play host to everyone that's been tuning in. It's been really, really great consistent viewing across all the weekend. From Durham, from Lancashire, or even from the neutral that has eyed up this game and gone, this is going to be one to sink the teeth into.
Yes, I think I'll be watching a bit of cricket on streams over the next few weeks because Durham have got 3 away matches on the bounce, heading to Lords this weekend, then to Worcester, and then finally to Beckenham for the Kent game, which so it's three in a row away from home, and we're looking to continue good form.
Oh, that's a lovely cut shot there from Emilio Gay. He's looking to run hard. They'll make their way back for two safely as well. Throw comes in just short.
He's consistently run well through the day, hasn't he? He's always been looking for any chance to make a one into a safe two.
Bailey gonna abort out of the run up there. Oof. Couple of shouts and agreeances for man of the match in the chat here. Matthew Potts, the name that's circulating.
I was just thinking about that actually a few minutes ago. Who would, if there was a man of the match, who would it be? And well, let's run back through the match, shall we, as we reflect on it. Marcus Harris batted very well on the first day, and then Matthew Potts, I think, for the way he batted through and really saved the situation for Durham.
Yeah, and
has also bowled very well. He's, I've been very impressed with his bowling all season. It feels to me as though he's looking much more himself, getting back to his best. I have a sense that he's pitching the ball up more than he was last year, and I think he's bowled extremely well, and that got just rewards yesterday morning. So although obviously Emilio Gay has got 41 in the first innings at a difficult time and 122 now, I think my man of the match, if I was awarding it, would be Matthew Potts.
Yeah, I think there's very little disagreement. It seems like everyone tuning in and leaving messages is of the same sort of persuasion. Matthew Potts, I mean, he's for his bowling as well. He's taken 6 wickets across the match, 3 in each innings. And of course, from Durham's point of view, as that is going to be driven down and stopped by Balderson. But yeah, that innings initially to even set Durham up with a chance in the first place, linking up with Rain, Minto and then Parkinson, ultimately to avoid the follow-on in the closing stages of day 2, then to come out all guns blazing on the morning of day 3. That's extension of the hands. That will be a drive there from David Bedingham. There is man out on the deep, so won't get the boundary. In fact, Marcus Harris needs a couple of tries to recoup that ball, but Bedingham will return for 2. Yeah, as you say, Matthew Potts looking like he's really finding some good stride with the ball in hand again. Chipping in well with the bat. Down the leg side, there's not too much coverage that fine down the leg side anymore. It's another boundary to the name of Bedingham. It's now just 57 runs required.
And the good news is there's plenty of blue sky, so it seems very unlikely that is going to disrupt proceedings. So.
Yeah, from where we were this morning when we got started at 11 o'clock to where we are now, there is barely a cloud in the sky directly overhead of us here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Take a look at that picture. Some clouds to our left as we see it from the commentary position, but those have well and truly dissipated away. Half an appeal from Hurst behind the stumps as Beddingham once again guides one down towards long leg. And that's going to end the over as well.
280 for 2 and just 56 required. And
still.
Oh, this looks like we're going to get George Bell.
Oh, wow.
So George Bell, who came in as a replacement for Arav Shetty, is going to bowl some off spin. He's apparently been bowling for the second 11 a little bit, but he does keep wicket.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this
Lancashire well and truly trying everything at their disposal now. Just 56 runs for Durham to find, 8 wickets for Lancashire to be able to try and prize. The run rate required is now under 2 for the first time today.
pushed down the ground by Beddingham for a single. Just taking a first look at a bowler I don't suppose he's ever seen before. I don't believe there'll have been a lot of pre-match analysis about the bowling of George Bell. Fielded there. Short extra cover by Josh Bohannon.
Oh, cry of catch, but it goes past the man in the covers. And Emilio Gay has 4. Well, as has been mentioned, he has had some bowling experience with the second 11, as George Bell does have a first-class wicket to his name.
Just going out to the fielder on the cover boundary. So, to 128.
Now showcasing a little bit of fielding off his own bowling as well. Already 6 runs off this first over. 50 to win for Durham. Ooh. Trying to chip that up in towards the leg side. Doesn't quite get it right there.
A moral victory for George Bell. Induces a false shot from the man on 111. But Nelson does not strike.
And it will be the end of the over. So just the 6 runs from it. Durham 286 for 2. 50 required to win at a rate of 1.8 and over. But they are steaming ahead. Currently scoring at just over 4 and over. Which they have been for pretty much the entirety of the partnership, these two. The amount of times that we said that it's another 4 runs and over.
That's
scored.
right. You know, Durham started very sensibly, slowly, and you know, as we said before tea, the innings of Lees and McKinney does not look much in the scorebook if you look at merely at the runs. But if you look at the context of the match and the balls they faced, they were extremely valuable knocks, and you know the value added from those innings. They did their job, and. They helped create a platform. If they'd both been back in the dressing room by 11:15, it could have been a different story. Well fielded there by Keaton Jennings.
Yeah,
short mid on, very quickly across.
Yeah, it's definitely a big team innings that Lees and McKinney played early on this morning, as opposed to, you know, adding more runs to the individual career column.
Obviously, they'd have liked to have gone on, but the fact that they did what they did was very important. And I think this has been a good team performance. You know, across the board, people have contributed.
Yeah, it's been a real resolute outing, and I suppose you can contribute that, and you can credit Lancashire with strong resolute outing as well. You know, obviously today has not been a good day, or a day that the Red Rose will look back too fondly on, but the first 3 days of play, you know, is showcased what Lancashire are capable of, and why a lot of people are considering this side to, if not be title contenders, then at least be up there in that promotion challenge come the late stages of the season.
Absolutely.
Bettingham plays off his pads as he loves to do and is so apt and capable to do. Just grabs the one single. The last ball of this Balderson over. It'll be the 5th of his spell. It's just a patient defensive shot from Emilio Gay.
So a rather quiet over.
Yeah.
Only 2 runs off that one, but nobody will mind.
And from Lancashire's perspective, it is, if we can get there, 11 overs to the second new ball is eligible to be taken, but that's a big if.
They've surely got too much to do now.
Second over on the way for George Bell.
Oh,
batted.
hammered down the ground, but Marcus Harris gets across, so it's just 1 run. Bettingham helps the bowler.
Ooh, that one streaking down the leg side. Emilio Gay manages to clear the back leg far enough away. Guides it maybe slightly unconventionally away for 4.
That really wasn't a very good ball, but it's the sort of ball that a batter can hit up in the air in their shock and surprise at receiving such a poor delivery. But fortunately for Gay, he didn't fall into that trap. Plays that one out into the offside, but Bohannon's across.
Yeah, bad balls get wickets at whatever level of cricket that you play. Guided off the hip again, trying to target that same sort of long leg area. That one dragged down from Bell. A little bit more pace on that. Ooh, played late there off the back foot.
Pushed out for another single. So we mentioned how well Matthew Potts has been bowling, but Ben Raines also bowled very well. And one of the things with these 3 away matches coming up will be interesting to see how Durham handle their faster bowling resources. We believe Ben Stokes is going to play at Beckenham and Worcester. That was the message that came out a week or 2 ago. I haven't heard anything contrary to that. So that will bring fresh legs in. I'm not sure whether Kemar Roach's injury that kept him out is going to preclude him playing in the next match.
Yeah, the severity of I mean, we were informed on Friday that Kemar Roach was more a precautionary
Yes.
exclusion with the tightness that he had in his groin. But like you say, as to whether that is a little bit more sinister than first expected, be very, very intriguing to see. But you're right, it is what you do with that, the composition of the side. I mean, obviously Sam Connors also injury replaced with an abdominal injury over the weekend.
So he can't play
8 days.
He can't play at Lord's this week. So after a prolonged conference, it looks like Tom Bailey has switched ends to bowl his off spin. And James Minto bowled well, particularly yesterday morning, so he may come in again. But compared to the situation Durham found themselves in last year when they went to Worcester early in the season, when they were struggling to find fit bowlers, and Jake Ball came into the side as a lone bowler and took a fifer. It's a much healthier position that Durham are in with their bowling resources this year.
Leg bite. Looks like it's going to be scored here.
And it
is just a bite for Bedingham, and that will be
250 partnership, I believe. Yeah, 250 runs together, coming in 194 minutes off 305 balls. Tremendous partnership.
Bump ball back to Bailey. Playing off the back foot from Emilio Gay gets him off strike.
I think these two batters will be keen to get the job done now, and not give their wicket away.
Bedingham again just happy to guide down to long leg and do what these two have continued to do best throughout this partnership. Just rotate the strike, play all around the ground as well. Oof. Gay continues to try and follow Bailey down the leg side, but a little too far away, as that will end the over. 4 runs from it, including the one by. And it's just 38 runs that Durham require to take this victory.
I'm sure the Lancashire bowlers are completely fed up of bowling to David Bedingham, and those who played against him 2 years ago when he got the Durham record score here, and then and at Blackpool he'd scored centuries in each innings. So obviously has taken a liking to the Lancashire bowling. I haven't checked exactly which bowlers were on the field for those matches, but I'm sure some of the same people have featured. Tom Bailey, for example.
Yeah, is that the 2024 September clash you were talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, where Matthew Potts took a 9 for.
Yes. After Ackerman and Bedingham had a huge partnership when Durham were in quite a lot of trouble. And the match at Blackpool that Lancashire won, that both Keaton Jennings and David Bedingham scored a century in each innings, which is a very unusual event. To have two batters doing it. Oh, tossed up.
Very loopy. It'll just be for a single as it's driven out into the offside and deep, but that will be 300 up for Durham. They've batted throughout the entire day, and they've done it in really, really good timing as well. Never really looked like they've been supremely under pressure.
An easy single there for Bedingham.
This will more than likely be the tempo of the evening as well. Just rotating the strike backwards and forwards. Maybe putting away a bad ball here and there if it's there to be hit.
And Lancashire seem to have decided not to put any more work into the tired legs of their faster bowlers, other than poor Tom Bailey, who's having to bowl spin. And that's a full toss dispatched down the ground for 4 by Gay. 141 not out as Durham moved to 305 for 2. Just another 31 runs required.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I just mentioned and just said. The tempo of the rest of the evening, take the easy and lazy ones, and then when there's a bad ball to be sent away to get a few extra runs on the board, jump all over it. A full toss up there from George Bell. Bailey, who's bowled 21 overs, about a quarter of it of this part-time off spin as well. Backwards cut there from Bedingham. Neil, who is on comms, it's Ben Fitzpatrick and Steve Blades who are with you for today. As there is just the early rotation of the strike. 2 singles to kick things off into this 22nd over from Tom Bailey, who's been an absolute marathon bowler, workhorse here today.
He's going to changing his approach to the wicket now. I'm not quite sure what he's going to do here. He's going to come.
He's going to cross over, I think, here. He's going to start on this right-hand side, and then he's going to go in front of the umpire. Yeah.
Interesting variation. I'm not quite sure of the logic of that.
Yeah, I think the last time that I saw this might have been in village cricket. But always a treat. Oh. Almost stranded and shipwrecked themselves there halfway down the track. Then going, no, we'll take it. Yes, in fact, we will on a misfield.
One has the sense of the energy having gone out of the game, and the energy seemed to have gone out of the thinking of the batters there in terms of deciding whether they were running or not.
Emilio Gay will run on that last easy single after Tom Bailey decided to bowl with a more orthodox run-up there to end the over. Durham 309 for 2, just 27 more runs needed for Durham to win. And George Bell is going to continue to bowl here from the Finkel end. Not really seen any indication of any of the pace bowlers warming up. Josh Bohannon loosening the arms a little bit at short cover. So will we see him offer up a little bit of part-time spin as well? Okay, follows Bell with guidance down the leg side. He moves up to 144 now. Ooh. Takes the stumps off there and the bows off there as well, does Hurst. Still looking for that quick, cheeky stumping. Now Bell's going to change angle as well. He's going to look to try and come around the wicket. Thunders into the pads of David Bedingham. Did he get any bat on that on the way through?
Yes,
he
it
did.
sounded like a bat noise in there.
Continuation around the wicket as well to Emilio Gay. Really just trying anything and everything to dislodge this partnership. Gay backs away. Will take a leisurely single off that last ball of the over.
We've mentioned earlier that this is a Durham record third wicket partnership against Lancashire. It's also the second highest Durham third wicket partnership. The highest is Alex Lees and David Bedingham at 305. So I think it is statistically just possible, but it would require a 6 to win for that to be equalled or beaten. But they've beaten Alex Lees and David Bedingham's 243 against Leicestershire in 2023. So it's a mighty partnership by any consideration. That's a lovely shot out through the third man area, and it's going to race away over the fast outfield, and that takes Gay to 149.
And just down to 20 runs needed for Durham to win. It looks all but certain, if it didn't already do so,
and
by the
that's
tea break.
150. What a magnificent innings. He's going to get another 2. 151 not out to Emilio Gay. 198 balls and 23 fours. Fantastic innings, steering Durham to what now looks inevitable victory. He's a man who just loves batting.
Yeah, isn't he just? And as mentioned before, so good to see him get some real consistency to his batting and to his innings. Last season was guilty of being a little bit stop-start.
Yeah.
But this season, now back-to-back home centuries. Really, really great start for him. 152 not out at the non-strikers end. Bedingham at 119.
And that's
going to be just the one more as he tries to carve that into the leg side. One more ball left in this over. It's already gone for 8 runs. And the number to win, 16. Oof. Well, real full toss there. Gay looking to immediately slash that away, but then pulls the bat away thinking, well, this might undo me. That'll be the end of the over. An encore for Emilio Gay as he reaches to his 150 milestone that Marcus Harris didn't quite manage to reach in the first Lancashire innings. He was dismissed on 146.
So George Bell to continue. Pushed out for a single, yeah.
Yeah, Bedingham happy to take the single. 321 runs on the board now for Durham. 15 more to win. There you go, backs away and drives square in the offside. This will be a matchup if the season continues on and it is a real two-horse race between these two sides that both clubs will look back on as Beddingham carves another 4 away to the boundary rope. Lancashire managed to get the early edge with maximum bonus points. Durham only taking 4 bonus points away from this game, but it's going to be Durham that will take away the victory points here. 10 to go, full toss. And it's crunched down into cover.
And the return fixture between these two sides is at Old Trafford, and it's the final match of the season.
Ooh.
So that could be very interesting.
Oh, crunch. That is absolutely hammered. One bounce,
Another
4.
6 to win.
And that is the end of the over as well. 330 Durham for just 2 wickets down. 10 runs off that over. And all it needs, in theory, is just one delivery for Emilio Gay or David Beddingham to take on. And this match will be over. And in a cruel twist of fate, the new ball is available on 4 overs time. Gay tries to sweep. Get the game done with on that first delivery. Cut away straight to the man in the offside. Oh, we've got some extra stats here as well. Messages in from the chat. According to Mike, this is going to be the highest successful 4th innings run chase for Durham at Chesterle Street, as there is 4 more down the ground from Emilio Gay.
2 more to run to win. Oh, that's a good stat, isn't it?
Yeah, that last highest beating 318 against Notts all the way back in 2001.
Thanks for that.
Emilio Gay held the pose, hoping that that was going to find the gap past Josh Bohannon.
Ooh, attempted Yorker.
Yorker from the spinner.
And the scores are level. 1 run required to win. What a magnificent game of cricket this has been. Tremendous advert for the game. Real privilege to watch it for the past 4 days, and a memorable first full day for me on comms.
Ooh, that beats Beddingham.
That's one of the best balls he's bowled all day.
Well, a little bit of encouragement personally from Tom Bailey there for his own part-time off-spin, as he completely beats David Beddingham's bat, but doesn't catch an edge. Durham with scores level, 335 for 2. Emilio Gay will be on strike, so he will potentially be the man to do the honours, which rightfully so, I think, with his 158 not out. Oh, crunches it to Coughlin.
Finds the fielder.
Well, they're having to make us wait here. George Bell trying to play his role. Another loopy delivery. Straight to the man at mid-on.
All the fielders are in trying to save a single. They'll have to save a single for an awful long time. Oh, that's tossed so high. It's almost like an old lob bowler.
It's looping it up. It's such a height, though, that it's taking so much time for it to come down. There will be the clip off the pads. They'll go through for the quick single, and that will be that. Emilio Gay will have the honours And Durham, from what initially looked like insurmountable odds in the middle stages of this game, have beaten Lancashire by 8 wickets. A historic 3rd wicket partnership stand against Lancashire from Emilio Gay and David Bedingham, worth 290 runs. The key to victory. Gay finishes 159 not out. Bedingham 129 not out. And what an incredible performance from the Durham boys at home.
Yes, the situation required somebody to stand up, and Durham were fortunate to have 2 batters who've really done a fantastic job today. It's been a pleasure to watch. I'm sure the people watching at home and in the ground have thoroughly enjoyed it. The ground is now bathed in sunshine. The rain stayed away, and we've had a fantastic 4 days of cricket, and we look forward to further matches, and we'll see what's happening in the County Championship Division 2 by the time Durham get to Lancashire back in September. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. It's been an immense privilege to be with you for myself personally across all 4 days of this marquee matchup in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2. A big thank you to Ash Thorpe, to Charlie Harden as well for joining me across the early days, to Ross and Stevie, the Magic Men behind the tech and the cameras, and to each and every one of you for tuning in. We've had an incredible audience across this weekend, and we hope that you stick with us throughout the championship season and onwards in this great summer of cricket. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your Monday evening, and we'll see you next time.